In May, 32 fighters embarked on their road to UFC, which started in Shanghai. Tonight, the final 16 have arrived in Las Vegas with the prospects knowing they are 2 fights away from a life-changing UFC contract. Their stakes are high and the pressure is on for the future stars of the Octagon. Live from the UFC Apex, you are watching the Road to UFC Semi-Finals. Good evening, fight fans, and welcome Octagon side. My name's John Good and delighted to be alongside UFC analyst Alan Joban. Now, Alan, you've been involved in 2 seasons now of the Road to UFC. You've seen the success the show is having. 14 fighters from the show have made their way to the UFC. The 20 fighters backstage warming up, they know about that and they want to replicate that. They want a piece of the action for themselves.
1,000% they want a piece of the action. A lot of these fighters warming up backstage not only want the contract, but they've probably trained at gyms with these other fighters that have found success in the UFC. And look, we're not out here just going and finding new stars, but we're building the sport abroad where the UFC, the road to the UFC rather, has been a tremendous success overseas.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'd like to welcome in now the 3rd member of our broadcast team, Mackenzie Pavicic. Mackenzie, you went all the way over to Shanghai for the quarterfinals. I'm sure you're happy to be closer to home for this one. Now, 2 of the fighters that we're going to be seeing tonight got a bye into the semi-finals, one of which will be proudly flying that Philippines flag.
Absolutely right, John. Well, 3 months ago, I traveled to what many would consider to be the backyard for most of the competitors in this tournament. But now it's time for these fighters to be pushed a bit more outside their comfort zone. So with this week, the added challenge of acclimatizing to this time zone, and of course, the extreme Las Vegas heat really adds a layer to what it means to be truly ready to fight here in the UFC. And if I had to sum that up in one sentence, guys, that would mean being ready for absolutely anything to happen, especially when it comes to your opponent missing weight, which, John, as you mentioned, happened to flyweight competitor Ruel back in May. Now, the Filipino went through an entire fight camp. He traveled to Shanghai and made weight, all to be given a bye into this round tonight against Kiru Sahota. Now, when we spoke with Ruel earlier this week, he was disappointed that he didn't get his chance to showcase his talent in those quarterfinals, but he is so excited to be here in the United States and, of course, can't wait to finally step foot inside that coveted octagon.
I'm sure. Thank you very much, Mackenzie. Well, it's the semi-final stage, and first up will be the bantamweights and the flyweights. This is how we got here. After a tough battle and a split decision win, Kiru Sahota will face Ruel Panales, who, as we just learned, got a bye. The winner of that fight will take on either Angad Bisht, who advanced with a round 1 finish, or the undefeated Dong Hoon Choi. As for the Bantams, Nakanishi advanced by decision and will face submission ace Bargeng Jieleyisi. The other side of the bracket sees Daermisi take on So Young Yu and his jiu-jitsu style. Alan, looking at the Japan versus China bantamweight clash, the mild-mannered Nakanishi has his hands full against Bargeng, who found success in his 2nd attempt at the Road to UFC tournament.
He absolutely does, John. This is going to be kind of a grappler's delight in this main event here. Nakanishi came already off of a win, unanimous decision in the tournament this year. You see the heavy Japanese-style wrestling base right here, the throws that he has. But he's also very methodical with this approach. He waits for you to throw a tick. He waits for you to switch stances, and then he explodes on you, looking to advance guard and move on. On the other side of things, Bargeng Jieleyisi, a grappler as well, but very much more rooted in the submission approach. 10 submission victories, 14 finishes in his career. You see, doesn't quite have the frame, John, but he does a very good job of stepping off to the side to complete these type of takedowns. And you see, he's somebody that doesn't waste any time. As soon as he gets the takedown, he's looking for the submission finish. 5 rear naked chokes. He's the type of fighter you definitely do not want to have on your back.
Love that. Thank you very much, Alan. Well, those bantamweights will serve as a featured bout for episode 5 today. We kick off with a non-tournament bout as Ireland's Danni McCormack got a surprise but welcomed call-up to face China's Qihui. Then we'll get into the flyweight tournament with Sahota versus Panales before switching to the bantamweight tournament for Daermisi versus Yu, and then it'll be back to the flyweights for South Korea's Choi versus India's Bisht. A reminder now of the rules the fighters will be competing under. 3 judges will score the bout. The bout duration is 3 5-minute rounds. Our featured bouts also 3 5-minute rounds. A 10-point must-scoring system is in effect. The round winner gets 10 points. His or her opponent gets 9 or fewer. Fights are judged based on effective striking and grappling, then judges go down the criteria to aggression and, if needed, octagon control. And a quick note, there's a possible sudden victory fourth round if the tournament fights are even after 15 minutes. Fighters are all set, so let's take a look at the tail of the tape for our first bout in the women's flyweight division. Qihui is the younger fighter at 27, McCormack 34. An inch separates the ladies in height, and their reaches are identical. For the introductions, here's our tournament announcer, Justin Bernard.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Road to UFC Season 3 Semi-Finals. Live from the UFC Apex, Las Vegas, Nevada, USA. The stage is set, the contracts are on the line, and the road to UFC starts now. This fight is a non-tournament bout and is 3 rounds in the women's flyweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a mixed martial artist, holding a professional record, 8 wins, 2 losses. She stands 5 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 126 pounds. Fighting out of Mullinga, Ireland, Danni McCormack. And now, introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She's a stand-up fighter, holding a professional record, 25 wins, 4 losses. She stands 5 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 125 pounds. Fighting out of Xi'an, China, Queen King Kong, Qihui. And when the action begins, your referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Octagon steward for this bout, Kerry Hatley. We're all set for a maximum 3 5-minute rounds of action. Danni McCormack, all the way over from Ireland, facing up against Queen Kong, Qihui. She wears the red. Southpaw versus Orthodox. Crazy story from McCormack. Only got a visa on the weekend, had over 4 hours at the airport, delayed flights, all the possible problems, but she got here.
Yeah, they're going at it pretty early, John. I think both of these women know this is a non-tournament bout.
Yeah.
And so it's essentially kind of like Dana White Contender Series, where they need to impress the boss man right here. They need to impress the UFC and earn an opportunity.
Qihui appeared on Dana White's Contender Series. She came up against the very tough Karini Silva.
Yeah, no. You've seen how good Silva has done in the UFC thus far. That's a fight as well that I think she made a bit of a mistake on. She was going for a slam, got her neck caught up in a guillotine. I think she learned from that fight. I think it'll be a lot more striking in this matchup with McCormack as well.
McCormack thought that her opportunity had missed her. She was waiting for the UFC call up after capturing the Invicta Strawweight World Championship. But when that call came, she knows, Alan, as you're alluding to, she needs to get a finish here tonight. She fights upper weight class, typically a strawweight, but she wasn't going to let that opportunity slip past.
Well, they didn't give her an easy task, obviously. When you look at Qihui, I mean, look at the build on her. She's got a frame on her at 125 pounds, and she's a finisher. 12 knockouts, 10 submissions, 22 finishes out of 25 fights. Very impressive for a flyweight women's division.
Yeah, 16 first-round finishes, and to that point, McCormack did say she knows that her opponent will be stronger, but she won't be fitter. She's going to try and come and finish me early, but if we can drag this out a little bit, I'm going to take her out in the later rounds.
You saw McCormack just eat a couple punches. I was going to say this a second ago. I like that she's engaging and trying to make this an exciting fight, but she needs to be cautious in the pocket. Qihui carries a lot of power. As I said before, she's obviously a finisher, and she's got a great kind of deceptive overhand right, which plays out well against the left-handed, the southpaw style of McCormack.
MMA fans may recognize the corner figure of John Kavanagh, who's there supporting Danni McCormack tonight. Her husband, Alan McCormack, who they run Relentless MMA, is also in the corner. together they help out. The Ireland national team as well, who did very well at the World Youth Championships recently. Congratulations to all of them. It just goes to show McCormack involved in many aspects of the game. A really good coach, but obviously still has ambitions of her own in professional fighting.
Yeah, and when you look at the fighting experience between these two women, Danni McCormack has, you know, a third less fights. I mean, Qihui is a 25-4, a much larger record, much more experience. But Danni McCormack's last 2 fights were 5-round affairs for the title, right? So she was fighting high-level opponents, very experienced opponents, and opponents that she was hurt. Broken nose 2 fights ago, shattered her nose, opening bout, able to work her way through it. So she's getting a lot of high-level experience early in her career.
But I will add that she came through the IMAF system, so like the Olympics of amateur mixed martial arts, if you will. She was a silver medalist at the Worlds back in 2017, so I think she had short of 10 fights there, but it's all really good high-level competition, whereas in China, I was speaking with Dean Amersing, a technical director of the PI in Shanghai. A lot of the athletes there take on these big fights early, like high-level professional rules as well, and they rack up these crazy numbers. Just 27 years young, and as you say, 29 fights to her record.
As we was talking about that, you saw McCormack eat a big left hand by Qihui. She went in for the takedown after that. I wonder if this is part of the game plan. You don't normally see a ton of level changes, but you do see her pushing the pace and putting people against the fence in other fights. I think she realizes how dangerous Qihui is on the feet.
McCormack doing a good job of having Qihui fight off the back foot. And it's not a skill that everyone has, right, Alan?
Yeah, you mean in terms of fighting off the back foot?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it makes things much more difficult. It's a lot easier for a lot of fighters to just press forward and throw their blitzes and throw their comfortable combos, but it's not the same when you're moving backwards all the time.
Little punch there. Hopefully no harm done. And that is the end of round number 1.
Great round. Have a seat. Excellent round. Have a seat there. Can you put the ice on our back, please? You can rinse and spit.
Range.
Okay, no more slowly walking in with your head low, yeah? Keep your range. Big teeps to the body. What does she do? She then comes and overcommits with her hands. That's your takedown. Don't go looking for the takedown.
Okay.
Hold the range, lead hand fighting, and stab that deep in. When she starts defending it, then left high kick. She'll step in herself with her hands. Then your level change and shoot, okay? Excellent.
Some smart cornering right there out of the side of McCormack. You see right there, she eats a big kick right there. Another right hand right there, landing by Qihui. Here's that left hook we spoke about earlier. She's standing in the pocket a little bit too long. Overhands are starting to find their mark. She needs to get her hands up and listen to her coach, John Kavanagh, the very experienced coach right there, and saying, let the shots find themselves. Don't go forcing it.
Here we go, ladies. Round 2.
All right, round number 2. Straight to the center of the octagon is McCormack. McCormack corner, confident the deeper this fight goes, given the build and the strength of Qihui. They're hoping that will subside and present opportunities to get this fight done.
Maybe hoping she would slow down, in other words?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that might be wishful thinking. You see, I mean, she's like a piston out there. Everything is explosive. Everything is powerful. And she's looking for the finish. I mean, we talked about it earlier. Oh, beautiful timing right there by McCormack. Listening to her coach, Kavanagh. Let the opportunity present itself. It did right there. She was able to get the takedown, but the explosion of Qihui getting back up to her feet immediately.
She has a lot of submissions to her record as well, does Qihui. 10 submissions. A variety of different ways as well. So even though she's known, I think, a lot of the time for her wushu and her striking, she most certainly can get the job done on the deck.
You see those left kicks coming more steadily out of McCormack. That was another thing they were asking for in her corner. Stay at range, throw the teep up the middle, find the head kick, and then look for opportune moments to do the takedown. She's doing everything her corner has so far. And so far in the beginning of the second round, I think having a little bit more progression, right? Having a little bit stronger second round.
Those straight kicks working well for McCormack. He gets caught that time. She went to the well maybe one too many times, and Yan is on her back.
Yeah, not a great position to be in with someone like Yan Qihui. 10 submissions to her credit.
2 rear naked chokes as well. She let go. Maybe sensible to let that go at that stage.
I don't think she liked it. I was looking up in her bio how many rear naked chokes. Only 2 rear naked chokes, which is normally the higher percentage one, right? It's the more well-known submission in MMA, but
she likes an armbar, actually. Another well-timed takedown by McCormack. Let's see what the response is from Yan. What is McCormack not doing here, or what is Yan doing well?
I was going to say, I think it's a little bit more Yan. Obviously, McCormack can try to lace in a hook or take away the base right there, but I think you look at the build of Yan Qihui. She's so good at just crawling up to the fence and working her way up to the feet. That's I believe the second takedown right there by Danni McCormack, but both times Yan Qihui able to get back up in a matter of seconds.
Unofficially down for 3, in fact, on my board here. But that was certainly the second most effective one. And that front kick is a useful tool, not just as a rangefinder, but it takes away the gas as well if you stick into the derby.
Especially when you throw the front kick, John, with the toes into the gut.
Right.
You know, a normal push kick, you kind of push it forward, but when you throw the teep and you kind of dig into the gut, it's just taking away the air, taxing their cardio, their gas tank throughout the fight. But more importantly, I think it's keeping the fight longer range, which I think benefits Danni McCormack. Another well-timed one.
Yeah. Good job by Yan to avoid the hooks coming in.
Once again, Ye gets up to the feet, but in that transition, I saw what Danni McCormack needs to make an adjustment on. It's as soon as she gets the takedown, she needs to trap the bottom arm, the base arm. She needs to wrap her on her back, trap that, because immediately, Yin is so good at getting both of her hands down and wrestling back up to her feet.
Elbow attack there by Yan. Answered back by McCormack as well. I don't think either landed.
McCormack seems much more confident in this round, right? Free with the striking. Landed a number of takedowns, obviously, but Shin is still a little bit up in the air, more so to my liking, but she's having a strong round in this round.
McCormack is not giving Yan an inch. 25 seconds left in the second round. Constant pressure from the Irish woman.
And you know, we spoke about in the beginning of this round, maybe Danni McCormack's corner was hoping that Yan Qihui would start to slow down in this fight. It does seem like she's starting to slow down a little bit. I don't see the explosiveness that I saw in the first round and even the beginning of the second round.
Stop.
我跟你说啊，他只有个后撑蹬，想办法接他的腿，知道吧？他一进来打迎击，咱们第一回合打差不多，第二回合已经不好，第三回合咱们要拿下，听见了吗？
We gotta get third
完了，
round.
你一定要有信心，一定能拿下他，他很慢。
She's slow, so we can get a third
他就一
round.
直看你那个后腿，然后蹬你肚子。他动，你要往另外一边绕。
Slow, deep breaths, slow, deep breaths. Don't step in with the punches, it's her only chance. Keep touching her glove, stab. When she commits, level change, put her on her back.
Okay.
It's perfect. You're doing fantastic here.
Okay.
She's really slowing down now. First minute be dangerous, then it's us.
History in the making. Riyadh season Noche UFC taking place on Sphere in Las Vegas, Nevada. Will be a night to remember. Bantamweight champion Sean O'Malley defends against Georgian cardio machine Murad Dvalishvili. Plus, Alexa Grasso and Valentina Shevchenko settle the trilogy for flyweight gold. You can purchase UFC 306 Noche UFC now and receive a special offer of $10 off if you buy before September 9th at espnplus.com/PPV. Third and final round. High stakes here at the Apex. This is a non-tournament bout, so as Alan was talking about earlier, much treated like Dana White's Contender Series, where both ladies are trying to impress the UFC matchmakers as they punch forward to try and earn a UFC contract. McCormack, two-time Invicta FC world champion at 34 years of age. She knows this is her moment, and she will look to capitalize. Qihui, she has tried her hand at the Contender Series. She's trying to go through this Road to UFC route. Expect these ladies to leave it all in the octagon tonight.
Yeah, we're seeing a very competitive fight so far. I think in the first round, Qihui looked to be good on the inside, landing some of those left hooks that you're seeing right there, capitalizing on McCormack. Maybe having the shin a little bit too high, landing a couple of head kicks. But you started to see an adjustment in the second round. Danni McCormack starting to fight a little bit more range and find those takedowns. You can see the gas tank of Qihui starting to slow down. Still very competitive in this fight. Not quite the explosion here, but it kind of feels to me, I hate trying to be a judge in this, but it feels like this is anybody's round going into this third, John.
Well, the total strike count is favoring Qihui unofficially, but of course it's the round by round that we're looking for. Yen in the first outgunned McCormack. McCormack in the second. So far, Yen. Oh, but straight.
Oh, she's in a good position here.
She's leaking badly.
Cut badly, but she's squeezing under the... She's got it under the chin. The angle's a little bit off right now. She might still be able to finish this, though.
Yen is trying to turn into it desperately. She looks like she's safe, yes, but McCormack is in the mount position. But that cut is bad. Look at the pool of blood.
I didn't even see where the cut came from.
No,
it must have
neither.
been an elbow or something on the inside. Hopefully not a headbutt, but bleeding badly, John. Sorry about that. Bleeding badly, but finds herself in a very dominant position with half of the round left.
McCormack was looking for the head and arm triangle. Yen gives her back. She's still got awareness, but McCormack's doing a good job.
She's still under the chin right now. This is still very finishable.
Huge elbow there by McCormack.
You've got to think some of this bleeding, some of this blood might have maybe helped Qihui slip out of that choke earlier.
But it is typical for Danni McCormack to be in a hardened battle. She is earning it tonight. She's got a minute and 50 seconds and some change before the final buzzer.
If Qihui wants to make it to the bell, she needs to be cautious. She keeps giving McCormack opportunities for this rear naked choke. You can see she was staying in position.
Don't grab the cage.
Qihui finding her way back to her feet as she had throughout the fight. But look at the bloody mess on the canvas.
Well, McCormack, she's going to want to keep this tight because if there's any separation, they're going to want to take a look at that cut.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea.
Stop. Time.
Oh, here we go.
Time.
No time. She knew.
Yeah.
Come out here. Come out here.
We're going to try and identify the strike that caused that cut.
Go over there. You come over here.
Let's see. You see Danni McCormack changing levels right here for the takedown.
Look at this one.
Oh my goodness.
It's the hip.
It was just the takedown right there, changing levels. The side of her eye hit the hip.
Okay, she's okay.
Okay, she's good to go. Not in a bad spot right here. Above the eye, but on the outside. Shouldn't impair her vision at all. Just a lot of blood.
Well, both fighters were actually checked over by the medics.
Ready? Time in. Let's go.
Kerry Hatley's satisfied. They get back to it. We've got just over a minute 10.
Oh, yeah. She's confident. You can see Danni McCormack oozing with confidence right now in her body language.
Well, she knows it is a big throw of the dice. She had all the problems trying to get out here to Las Vegas. She didn't think it was going to happen for her, but Alan, she is in the ascendancy right now.
John, we were speaking to John Kavanaugh in the kitchen earlier. He said they want the finish in this fight. They have the finish. You can tell she is searching hard for this finish.
Well, Yen fires back. There's a little bit of separation. McCormack closes the distance once again. Kerry Hatley was looking so close at the fight there for a moment. I thought he was going to step in.
Yeah, it was
Yen's
close.
so tough.
Yen's tough. She's not easy to get out of there. I like what McCormack's thinking, though. If she can get her on the mat again, rain down some punches, she could probably try to get a finish.
Last 10 seconds, elbows from McCormack. How is this seeing the final buzzer?
Oh my goodness, these girls are going
But
at
it
it.
does, what a fight. Well, they certainly left it out there. McCormack looked like she pretty much emptied the tank. The ladies are left bloodied and battered. It was an entertaining fight. Let's find out who has it on the judges' scorecards. So much heart, grit, and determination on display to kick things off here at the Road to UFC Episode 5. Well, I hope the rest of the fighters backstage are looking at that and will look to emulate that effort. And let's look at the tally of strikes. We saw it a little bit earlier, but here it is. Now we've finalized the 3 bouts. So Qihui, she had the edge in the first. Goes over to McCormack in the second and the third, but of course, you've got to put in the takedowns and the submission attempts as well. Strikes just account for parts of what we saw there. It goes to the judges' scorecards, and we will shortly have those for you. So 90 to 123. Both of these fighters were angling for a finish. They know that that's what the judges were looking for. It came so close, but it's time now to get it inside to Justin, who has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. The judges scored the contest 30-27, 30-27, and 29-27 for the winner by unanimous decision, Danni McCormack.
Here. Thank you.
All right, guys, I'm here with your winner, Danni McCormack.
Oh my God. Well,
Danni.
Did you enjoy it?
I think I enjoyed it. I think everyone watching at home enjoyed that fight. That was definitely a bloody fight. I know you guys went into this fight hoping for a finish, but are you happy? Are you satisfied with the performance you put on?
You know what? I wanted to finish, but at the very least, let's get some blood going and let's fucking fight. Because I swear to God, that's who I am. And I don't know why I'm not already in the UFC, because that's what I've been doing for the last 10 fights. That's who I am. Whether I win or lose, I'm going to fucking fight. That's why I'm playing this game. I don't give a fuck about money. I'm here because I want to get in, get dirty, see who's better, and get some fucking blood going. And if I get the finish, all the better. But to be honest, I like the hardship. I like the go. I don't want it to stop. I want a 5 rounds, that shit. There's a strawweight tournament on now. Anyone who wants to jump out feeling a bit nervous, let me in. Give me the 2 of them. I'll mow them down one after another. And then into the UFC in my own division, strawweight. After beating my first China girl, I have another one in mind, and she's wearing a gold belt. That's my number 2. I'm not stopping until I get that strawweight title fight. So give me a contract.
Well, I think that was a tremendous call out and a tremendous performance. Go and enjoy your victory. Guys, put your hands together for Danni McCormack.
4-fight win streak for Danni McCormack. Well, she's done it elsewhere. I would love to see her get a spot on the roster and, of course, at strawweight. She fought up at 125 pounds tonight, took it on short notice as well, but she put everything into that performance. I very much enjoyed it. I hope you folks at home did as well. Moving along, and the first tournament bout of the semi-finals is coming right up. Someone will edge closer to a dream come true contract. A raw talent who hopes to add another chapter to the fighting legacy of the Philippines, Ruel Panales will be in for a good scrap when he meets up with the British stand-up specialist, Kiru Sahota. Known as one of the most competitive divisions in the UFC, the 125-pound weight class is also a wide-open one when it comes to up-and-comers moving quickly up the ladder, making it imperative for Kiru Sahota and Ruel Panales to win this tournament and put themselves in the flyweight mix.
Tonight I'm going to put on a clinical performance against Ruel, and I'm looking for the stoppage.
Dadalhin ko talaga siya sa komunidad kung saan siya mas mahihirapan ng husto. Ngayon kung makita ko siyang sobrang pagod na siya, doon ko siya na knockoutin. So, wag siya mag-expect na nasa isang art lang ako well-rounded to. Makikita siya ng isang Pinoy na parang Russian maglaro.
A self-proclaimed volume striker who outworked Qihui in May en route to tonight's semi-final matchup against Ruel Panales, Kiru Sahota brings a two-fight winning streak into tonight's bout, one that could put him one victory away from the UFC contract he's chased since his first pro fight.
I'm gonna come with power punches, you know, on the angle from his southpaw stance. I'm gonna use his southpaw advantages against him to break him down and get the win.
Filipino southpaw Ruel Panales has only been training in mixed martial arts since 2020. But in those 4 years, he's compiled 6 pro wins, finishing each of them on his way to a clash with Kiru Sahota that will give a good indication of just how good the 27-year-old can be in this sport.
Ngayon, andito na ako. Matagal ko na inaantay ito. Thanks God, nasa safety. Andito na kami ngayon. Hindi ako na-injury. Complete ang training. Super ready ko na. Gugulatin ko buong mundo ngayong 23 kung anong talent na dala ko ngayon.
Consistently the smiliest fighter that we get to speak to here at the Road to UFC. Here comes Baxic Ruel Panales. He was so disappointed that he went all the way to China to fight and showcase his style, but he never got to do it, Alan. He got a bye because Toki Matsui missed weight, but he's here in Las Vegas. He knows the opportunity that he's got. He congratulated Kiru Sahota on his win, said it would be an honor and a privilege to face him here in Las Vegas. Let's see what he's got.
I mean, look, anytime you get a bye in a tournament, that's great. But yeah, I mean, that's a long way to travel. You go in there with the mindset, you're cutting weight, you're training, you show up all the way there in another country and the fight doesn't happen. Yeah, it's a bit disappointing. The bright side is he moved on, he's fighting again here today and has an opportunity to showcase his skill set. You know, you look at both of these guys, but very much so Ruel Panales, tremendous striker, you know, southpaw stance. I see he has a lot of explosion. And in one of his last fights, you see the opening kick, man. The opening kick lands on the button, splits his opponent wide open. There's blood leaking right away. So he's a guy that can get it done fast. The problem he's had in his career, John, is guys want to take him down. Guys are always trying to take him down. Luckily, this is a fun fight I think we have right here. Kiru Sahota does not like to take people down.
So here he is, finally getting to feel the canvas of the UFC octagon under his feet. Ruel Panales. And here walks Kiru Sahota, representing Manchester top team and the UK and, of course, India as well. I spoke to him earlier this week for UFC Fight Pass, and he's led with, just let me bang, bro. He said, I only showed a little bit of what I can do in a quarterfinal. He said, I didn't have the most layered strategy, but that has really changed for this one, Alan. He said he's been working very closely with his coach, Carl Prince, on a strategic game plan that he's looking to execute tonight. He's there with his brother, and Manshur Kedar as well, a good friend of his, ready to go here in the tournament.
Did he really say, let me bang, bro?
He definitely said,
oh
let
my
me
God,
bang,
the
bro.
iconic quote from the Ultimate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an iconic quote right there, but that also speaks to his style. When we talk about Kiru Sahota, he likes to bang. He likes to stand in there. He likes to be flashy. I mean, he goes for it. You're going to see a lot of flying knees, tomahawk elbows. You know, he doesn't hold back. Sometimes it costs him. You know, he's coming off of a bit of a controversial win in his last outing, Road to the UFC, a fight that he was getting taken down, and he actually got dropped early, fought his way back to a close fought win right here. But a lot of guys, much like his opponent, Panales, try to take him down. This is one of those fun fights where I think we're going to get two strikers getting to work their areas in their domain on the mat.
Well, we haven't got long to find out. Here we go, let's take a look at the tail of the tape for this flyweight tournament bout. Sahota, 29, Panales, 27. A big difference in height, 5 inches, and that will help to a 6-inch reach advantage for Kiru Sahota. For the official introductions, here's Justin Bernard.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the Road to UFC Flyweight Semifinals. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, He's a freestyle fighter, holding a professional record, 6 wins, 1 loss, 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 126 pounds. Fighting out of Placer, Masbate, Philippines, Ruel Panales. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He's a volume striker, holding a professional record, 11 wins, 2 losses. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 125 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Manchester, England, Kiru Sahota. And when the action begins, your referee in charge, Mark Smith.
Octagon official for this one, Mark Smith. We are set for a maximum 3 5-minute rounds of action with a possible sudden victory 4th round if the fight is even after 15 minutes. It is Ruel Panales, the biggest underdog on the card at plus 380 against Kiru Sahota, minus 500 favorite. He wears the red. He's going to try and put that big reach advantage, 6-inch reach advantage to good use.
Those are some heavy odds, John. I don't know that I agree with him. I think both men are very dangerous, but Ruel Panales, dangerous on the feet, but he has the ability to take this to the ground as well and do some damage.
Well, he's gone straight for that strategy. Coached by UFC veteran Rolando D. Looks like that is their route one tonight. But Sahota on the mats with Lerone Murphy and a bunch of killers at Manchester top team. He would have been put through the ringer in all ranges to prepare himself for this fight. He's also in Vegas with his old teammate Adam Bramhelt, who competes on Dana White's Contender Series.
He hasn't got time joint together.
The Sahota corner realizing that Panales didn't have the hands connected, so that it was going to be more difficult to round the fight.
Yeah, you see a bit of the game plan so far, right? Panales, known for his striking, I built it up, right? But he's like, well, I'm also going up against a guy that's 5'10", 125 pound, who goes for crazy stuff. Let me take a safe approach and try to see if I can put him down. No luck in it so far, though.
Well, he did speak about his MMA game, and that's Panales. He really believes that he's kicked on recently. His coaches have told him as much, and he's been sparring with Rolando D, who's up at lightweight these days, and he really feels like he can manage him. Just ate a shoulder check there by Sahota.
Yeah, he's having some success with those, right?
Remember what Connor did to Cowboy with that?
Yeah, and people started mimicking that in the gym soon after. You haven't seen, kind of died off. You haven't seen much of it in fights, but the couple that he landed right here in front of us, they had a pop to it, a loud sound.
And because of his body type as well, I'd imagine that's a pretty gnarly strike to come up against.
Bony shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Proud of mine. So, pretty neutral, 50-50 position up against the fence. But this is a very taxing part of the MMA game.
Yeah, no one really winning this position so much so far. I mean, you can see Sahota, rather, having some strikes with the shoulders that we mentioned, but both guys in that pummel 50-50 position, just kind of been going round and round. No one able to get a dominant position, double unders yet.
Here we go, a little bit of separation with 2 minutes 20 on the clock in the first round. Sahota pouring at the lead hand, but he eats a high kick from Panales.
Sorry, John. That's the high kick I was alluding to during the walkout. Panales, very fast. It's like a piston. He doesn't chamber it. It just goes right away, and you can see has some success on Sahota.
Clearly problematic, as he is not the taller man in this contest, and that hit the target. Did you have Inspector Gadget here in the US?
Yeah, the TV show Inspector.
Yeah.
Of course.
You've like got go-go gadget kicks from Sahota right now.
Sahota's got some of that length right now, especially in this weight class. I mean, you see how long. I think if he kept a fight like this, he could have a lot of success as well. You speak about that, Inspector Gadget. Use that length. Use not only the arms, the reach, but the legs right there. So far, the majority of this fight's taking place right here in the pummel and the clinch on the fence. But when they were out in range, both men found success.
Sahota working at the legs of Panales. There's the shoulder strike again. I believe they're counting these unofficially as significant strikes.
The
maybe.
shoulders?
Total strikes, actually. Sorry, yeah.
I would hope so, because I've seen lesser strikes be counted as a significant strike, so those are pretty decent shoulders. It's that southpaw orthodox game right here. You see the power side doing the most damage, the lead side more of a feeler. Both men, Sahota with that right head kick, and the same thing from Panales. That left head kick was on the money earlier.
Should Sahota win here in this semi-final, and should Angad Bisht win in his semi-final, we would have two, like India versus India in the final, which would be really something. I know the Indian MMA fans are really calling for that.
That would be tremendous for India. Last year, they didn't have a tremendous amount of success in the tournament. A lot of guys came in from India, Indonesia, and it didn't go their way.
Anshul Jubilee did a good job. He's now doing well in the UFC.
They certainly have two prospects on this card.
Good high kick to end the round for Panales.
Well, that was good. You're getting him moving backwards, yeah? You know, with the kicks as well, you know, when he's faint, he's moving backwards. Do a second phase after that, or even third phase, you know what I'm saying, bro? But he's respecting the kicks. And, you know, he's throwing a lot of naked kicks. Go after, bro.
One more.
Make him pay for them kicks, yeah? Because he's throwing them, you're dodging out of the way, but then follow up, man. That was a very good end to the round, man.
You know, when he throws that same side kick, you gotta count it.
See some of the action right here from the first round. Look at that nice little sharp inside elbow from Sahota. You see the right kick. He loves these type of things, though, elbows and knees. He bragged about having 32 stitches, and one of his former opponents did Sahota, and it comes from those type of maneuvers.
UFC Fight Pass is exclusive home to global powerhouse combat sports organizations like Cage Warriors, Cage Fury, LFA, and many more. Sign up today to see the MMA stars of tomorrow and access the full history of your favorite organizations on the world's largest combat sports library. Download UFC app and sign up today for 35% off 1 year's subscription.
I mean, both men just delivering heavy body shots. Both taking them well, though. You gotta watch these areas right here where you're probably gonna look to see Sahota try to sneak in an elbow or a knee. Longer rangier guy, he likes to use those type of limbs. And
watch the cup, Ruel, watch the cup.
And in an area on the fence right here where there's really been no one dictating all the action, I think those would be opportune moments to score points. Slide in some elbows, slide in some knees if you're not getting the takedowns actively.
So
let go of the cage.
I don't often look at the leg reach when we're presented with it because we don't put it on the tail of the tape. But for the last two contests, I think it's been quite relevant. Like Danni McCormack used her leg reach very, very well. And we're seeing the same thing again here with Sahota. He's actually got the second longest
Ruel, do not grab
leg
the cage.
reach of anyone in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I don't look at it either.
Inches
I certainly look at the reach. The reach is always something I'm very mindful of. The leg reach, not so much, but you're seeing it here. You're seeing both guys landing with the kicks, but Sahota, I mean, he's got leg reach, arm reach. He's got a significant advantage on most fighters in this weight class. Moments ago while we were talking, Ruel Panales grabbed the fence a bit, and I really think it could have saved him. It did save him from getting taken down by Sahota.
I'm gonna break this up. Let's work.
Just got to be careful, and well, apparently referee wants a little bit more work from the fighters. Sahota managed to get Panales down to a knee, but he pops back up. Quiet environment here inside the UFC Apex here on Friday. You can hear the athletes breathing, I'm sure, when they're in that state as well, and when you can hear your opponent, feel them a little bit more. All the senses feel very much more kind of illuminated.
It reminds me, nice little sneaky left hand by Panales. Reminds me back of COVID times here at the Apex. It was quiet.
A good shot there by Panales, who's looking good on that plus 380 underdog status. Making a good case for himself, but spinning attacks from Sahota.
Sorry, John, I'd like to see one of these guys commit to some punches. There we go. It's been a lot of rangy kicks when they're in the center of the octagon here, or completely all the way in, pummeling against the fence where there's not really been any dominance or damage if one of these guys would put a combination together, I think it would kind of catch the other opponent by surprise. There we go. Get the hands going. The nervous energy should be gone from the first round.
Well, it's a competitive battle, so I think, as you're alluding to, someone needs to kind of step outside that comfort level and do something a little different. And Panales knows this is a big opportunity. He told me earlier this week he won't waste it. He says it's big for him. He said, but for my team and for the MMA scene back home in the Philippines, this is absolutely massive.
Sahota looks like he's setting something up. You see him kind of bouncing lightly on the feet. He's known for exploding with flying knees, tomahawk elbows. You see right here, wheel kicks.
High energy movements. Panales extending himself into the chest of Sahota. Nice left hand by Panales.
You know, the one thing that we haven't seen in this fight from either man, John, is a jab. I mean, I know it's open stances, which the jab is not as effective, but just a rangefinder, right? Put the jab out there till you're starting to touch something. Then let the power side go. But both men are more content with the long-range kicks or the blitzes to the inside rather than kind of getting combination work going.
Both fighters looking for the leg kicks and both having success. Nice Superman punch by Sahota.
Oh.
The difference for that power kick out of orthodox is if it hits your opponent, it's the liver.
Yeah, 100%. That was all I looked for when I was still competing, being a southpaw fighter. As nicely timed shot right there. Not a lot of time to do anything with it. Caught up in a triangle.
Triangle set up as well.
Going for the armbar.
Nice change of the hips.
Oh, we might have it.
Stop, let it go. He's saved by the buzzer potentially. Well, that is interesting. What will that do to the strategy of Panales in terms of taking the fight down?
Every time he kicks, if you're going to throw just a straight or a 1-2, you'll catch him. His head stays in the same spot. He kicks like this, his head stays in the same spot, bro. Line him up for clean shots straight down the middle. You're going to catch him and knock him out, you know.
Last round, bro. It might be 1-1. Let's not lose this one, right? This is it, bro. 5 minutes.
5 minutes, bro.
He said, right, after you kick, throw a 1-2.
I love this little elbow right here on the other side. Panales showing it in the clinch right here. There's always an opportunity to throw an elbow. Nicely timed takedown when you saw Sahota going for the spinning kick. Got caught up in a triangle right here. A little bit of a scary moment. You saw Sahota showing off some of the jiu-jitsu, transitioning to the armbar. Just ran out of time right here. But I like what I heard in the corner of Sahota saying, straight shots down the middle. Do some damage.
Former title challenger and perennial contender, middleweight contender, Jared Cannonier looks to secure his spots as the top title threat against streaking Brazilian Caio Barralho. Plus, 2 new Ultimate Fighters are crowned. The 6-fight main card comes your way Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN and ESPN+. So the corner's told Sahota it is possibly 1-1. You need to go out there and put him away.
Yeah, and I like that they told him to punch more, right? It's been a kicking battle. That means that if you're throwing a lot of kicks, your hands are probably going to be down during some of these kicks or some of the retraction of the kicks. And there'll be openings. There'll be opportunities for the punches to land.
Nice right hand by Sahota. Getting a lot of success now. Good ringmanship here from Sahota as well, Alan.
Yeah, he's taking the center of the octagon so far in this third and final round. Close fight. No one doing anything tremendously significant so far. Both men have had their moments. I did like the way that Sahota opened this round, though. Straight punches down the middle. You're the longer man. We talked about it. He's got leg reach, but he's definitely got the arm reach. And if both men are continually throwing a lot of kicks, it's going to have those openings for the punches.
Well, that was a nice counter there by Panales. Panales standing his ground now.
Fingers. Ruel.
Clearly both fighters looking for that power hand.
Yeah, Sahota very much using his jab more this round, but using it as a rangefinder, right? Just to kind of find the target and then let that straight right hand go.
What needs to be correct with the foot position, however, Alan, to land that power hand?
Well, it's always with open stances, right? You want to work to the outside. That way, when you get to the outside, your power hand is now centered up with your opponent's guard, right? You can split the guard, rather. But I need to see guys cutting off the cage a little bit more, right? They're circling outside, but allowing their opponent to squeak out to the other side. So cutting off the cage a little bit more, using that lead hand and letting the power hand go. More boxing in this third round, I think, would benefit both guys.
It's 50-50 position once again against the fence. In the third and final round, midpoint has passed. This for a spot in the Road to UFC Finals.
This would be a nice opportunity for a breakaway elbow as they split up.
Coming into this, I was considering whether some of these fighters might look to the strategy, not just for this fight, but for the tournament, and think, okay, in November, I've got to go again for the final. I don't want to be too bashed up.
Yeah.
But you've got to win first.
Yeah, this is the fight. They're both going to be limping after this fight for the amount of kicks that was thrown.
So you may as well limp a couple more.
Yeah,
just to
they'll be
secure
limping.
the deal.
So it's already, yeah, they're already injured somewhat. Oh, nice left hook right there. Sahota had a nice follow-through combination after he threw the right hand. Panales definitely felt that.
So it's interesting. 44 body kicks and 41 head strikes for Kiru Sahota. A lot of leg kicks have been thrown by each, coming up on 20 apiece.
Slower paced fight though, right? I mean, I feel like this last round, it's really up in the air. I don't know how they're scoring this. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a lot of clinch work against the fence. Nobody's really been dropped or bloodied up. This is an opportunity, under a minute left in this fight. Somebody should pick up the pace right now. Start really dictating the action in this fight.
Sahota got a split decision last time out in the quarterfinals. I'm sure he had some stressful moments.
A controversial one. I mean.
Yeah, I think you're right in saying that.
That was a tough fight.
I wouldn't have been surprised if it had gone the other way. Obviously, split decision, that's what those are all about. But surely he would want to get a little bit of space on the scorecards for this one. I feel like some effort has been made to put Panales on the back foot. 10 seconds left.
Come on, boys, let's go.
And that is the end of this flyweight semi-final. Kiru Sahota throws his arms up, as does Ruel Panales. Panales didn't get that opportunity in the quarterfinals to maybe get some of those tournament jitters going, but he comes here to Las Vegas to represent himself. And here are some highlights, Alan.
Yeah, we're gonna see that elbow over the top. I love this. I love when these guys are in the clinch, and you were seeing elbows, and look, you see these right kicks right here to the body. More elbows over the top. When they were striking in the clinch, very good work. When Sahota came out firing in the third round and he was letting his hands go, you started seeing the success, and that was that big left hook to finish the round. I think a little more hand work early in this fight could have dictated it a little bit more for either guy, but we're gonna go to the judge's decision on this one.
So an agonizing wait for both of these fighters as they are considering the judges' scores. But a respect being shown by both fighters. This for a spot in the Road to UFC Flyweights final. With the decision, here's Justin.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. The judges scored the contest 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision and advancing to the finals, Kiru Sahota.
All right, guys, I'm here with your winner, Kiru Sahota. Kiru, coming off of a fight last time, bit of a controversial decision. Did you feel any objective here to try and push the pace, try to get a finish so that it wouldn't go to the judges' scorecards again?
Yeah, definitely, man. It's what I was looking for, and I'm a little bit disappointed in myself that I didn't push for that finish like I said I would have done. But you know, I got the win tonight, and it was unanimous. But Ruel is a hell of a fighter, man, and I'm sure we'll see him back here on the road to UFC again.
Well, you're one fight away now from winning the flyweight tournament. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, it's been a dream of mine, you know, to be in the UFC, the best promotion in the world, and I'm just one win away from getting that contract, man. And this is like everything to me. It's my whole life, man.
Well, congratulations on the victory once again. Congratulations on advancing to the finals. Guys, put your hands together for Kiru Sahota.
So congratulations to Kiru Sahota, who goes back to Manchester riding a 3-fight win streak and, most importantly, a spot in the Road to UFC flyweight tournament final. Good luck to him in camp. We will see him in Macau. It'll be a clash of ground fighting styles next for this tie between China and South Korea standouts. 24-year-old Chinese standout Daermisi Zawapasa is on a mission to earn a UFC contract as soon as possible, and if he can vanquish South Korea's Soo Young-Yu, the completion of that goal is within reach. Daermisi Zawapasa had a dream deferred in 2023's Road to UFC tournament, but the Shanghai standout has returned with a vengeance this year. And tonight, he will look to move one step closer to a place in a big show when he battles dynamic South Korean standout Soo Young-Yu.
我这是状态特别好，然后这次也是状态特别好的一天，然后这是备战各种方面状态非常好，然后我特别信心拿下这场比赛。
상대가 어떻게 들어오든 저는 그 싸움을 다 받아줄 거고, 일단 제일 중요한 부분은 전 절대로 포기하지 않습니다. 그래서 상대편을 질리게 만드는 부분이 저한테 가장 위험을 느끼게 되는 부분일 것 같습니다.
China's Daermisi Zawapasa made an impressive run through his first Road to UFC tournament before losing in the semi-finals. And in his return in May, he was firing on all cylinders in a hard-fought win over Len Ozaki that landed him in the semis once again, this time against one of South Korea's best.
因为我平时特别努力，特别加强训练，然后也特别努力，所以我这次也备战得很充分，然后自己训练得也特别好，然后我一直在加强不足的地方，所以就我特别相信我自己。
After securing a unanimous decision victory over 3-time tournament competitor Shohei Nosei earlier this year, Gunpo's Soo Young-Yu introduced jiu-jitsu to the MMA vernacular, and as he prepares for tonight's semi-final clash with Daermisi, he intends on delivering more thrills for fight fans.
저의 그 역량을 그 세계 최고의 무대에서 보여주고 싶고, 그다음에 저뿐만 아니라 이제 제가 시합에 준비하는 데 있어서 저희 팀이 얼마나 강한지를 세계 무대에서 증명하고 싶습니다.
Bantamweight semi-final now, and there walks Soo Young Jiu-Jitsu Yu. Garnered a lot of support following his quarterfinal win over Japan's Shohei Nosei. Mackenzie is coming into this one having shown how good his jiu-jitsu style is, and he's keen to get closer to that contract.
Definitely, John. And I brought this up during our fighter meetings, but he looks like a completely different person this week. In Shanghai, he was a little quiet, a little more reserved, but he spoke to me about being on this sort of journey for building up this confidence and this belief in not only himself, but the skills he has, especially on the ground. And it really looks like his quarterfinals performance did just that. You guys can't forget he and Shohei Nosei displayed some incredibly high-level MMA grappling. Despite the fight going the distance, it was wildly entertaining. So this week, you can see the change that has taken place within him after he proved to himself that his ground game can hold up against opponents outside of Korea. So tonight, we'll see if that confidence stays intact against Daermisi.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely showed in that last fight that you spoke about against Shohei Nosei. These guys took the center of the stage, center of the octagon, rather, right away, and they were going after it. But you could see you found the throws, found the openings, was able to get the good position, was confident throughout. And that was something that I saw earlier in his career that he didn't quite have. He was not take the center of the octagon, not be very aggressive, but something has changed within him, and the mindset is much stronger now. We're starting to see that in his performances.
Soo Young Jiu-Jitsu Yu here in Las Vegas for the semi-final bantamweight bracket. And a man familiar to Road to UFC fans, Daermisi Zaopasa, just 24 years young, only 10 fights into his career, but speaking with those at the UFC PI Shanghai, they've been architecting his career ever since he came over to the PI, and he's doing such a great job now. Back-to-back wins, high finishing rates as well. Alan got a really strong wrestling style.
Yeah, and we talk about a finisher. I mean, I know he's only 9-1, 9 wins, 1 loss, but 8 of those wins are by finish, right? And so he gets it done. Now, we talk about adjustments. He competed last season, was not able to advance, went 1-1, a win and a loss. But since then, in between, he went out and got some experience. He fought, got a knockout win in that experience, came back here and got a win here in Road to the UFC in the opening round. And you talk about a tough fight. I think this is a fight that he needed. He gets a lot of first-round finishes, but in his last fight, he was dropped early in this fight. He had to face some adversity. Then he was able to make those adjustments, Sean, where he started getting his opponent to throw so he could pull the punches out of him, find those takedowns, get him to the mat. It was good adjustments and just getting 15 minutes of fighting rather than possibly just 5 like he's had a lot of time throughout his career, I think gave him a lot of experience and a lot of confidence moving forward.
Yeah, only 1 decision in his career, and that was in the quarterfinals. Let's see how Daermisi shapes up here in the semi-finals. So let's check out the tail of the tape for our bantamweight semi-final. We have Daermisi 4 years younger. He is 2 inches taller, and he will fight with a 3.5-inch reach advantage. With the official introductions, here's Justin.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the Road to UFC Bantamweight Semifinals. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 12 wins, 3 losses, 2 no contests. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 136 pounds. Fighting out of Gunpo, South Korea, Soo Young Jiu-Jitsu Yu. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He's a grappler, holding a professional record, 9 wins, 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 135.5 pounds. Fighting out of Shanghai, China, Daermisi. And when the action begins, your referee in charge, Chris Taioni.
Referee Chris Taioni. Soo Young Jiu-Jitsu Yu against Daermisi. All set for 3 5-minute rounds of action. Possible sudden victory. That applies to all tournament bouts. We got Daermisi in the red. Yu is in the grey. Yu noted that his fellow countryman Chang Ho Lee managed to exhaust Daermisi. He also believes that he brings a more MMA style to this, so he's going to work all aspects of the game, try and drain those energy systems of Daermisi. Zaopasa. He watched a lot of training footage on the Chinese fighter. He thinks that he's improved his striking, but he really wants to implement an MMA style approach and come back and represent South Korea in the finals. Oh, that's a big body shot.
Yeah, some cracking strikes early. And both of these men have that style where if they can be the dominant grappler, they like to use that, be aggressive. But they know that both men are good on the ground. So you're seeing some of that tentative action on their feet early.
These two got into it a little bit. The weigh-ins yesterday, forehead to forehead. First to the takedown.
Yeah, you ran halfway across the octagon trying to complete this takedown right here.
Well, he does like a Khabib style. Let's see if he can execute that, but Daermisi, very good.
Doing a good job lacing that right leg through right here. Is going to take the base leg away from Zawapasa, excuse me.
Good job by you, but Zawapasa gave fantastic job of getting rid of the hooks.
Great hip work there, right? Get rid of the hook, turn into him right away, bail out. Both men find themselves on the feet again.
Small victories there for Daermisi. Nice jab by you. Daermisi showed some definite improvements to his game in the quarterfinals. As we said earlier, going to a decision. Previously, he had kind of exhausted himself trying to get the fights finished because that's just how things had gone. He had 7 first-round finishes. He kind of spent his energy a little bit, but he did a much better job of pacing himself.
Yeah. I mean, hey, look, if you're getting first-round finishes, life is great.
100%.
I mean, you're winning fights. You're not taking as much damage as a 15 or 25-minute fight, obviously. It's just the experience, right? It means that you're either really good or maybe your competition isn't quite up to par yet. And you can see in this competition, he's starting to face stiffer competition. Obviously, the last fight, look at that. Throw to cartwheel pass to the back.
Something straight under the neck as well.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, wow.
You just put a highlight to the highlight reel right there with that transition.
I am going to screen capture that one and take a look at that again.
I can't wait to go rewatch this tonight. That was a gorgeous throw transitioning to the back where he finally got him down, but once again, Zawapasa finds his way to his feet.
How about that? You know, turn back the clock 20 years, get yourself...
Oh, look, here we go. Here's this. Look at this throw right here. Gets his leg over the hip, cartwheel transitions to the hook. I mean, that's...
I mean, you don't get points on the board, but you get style points for sure.
That's like Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson throwing up the armbar at the
whiz
end.
bang or whatever he called it. Yeah.
Against Ray Ward, yes.
Yeah, the mighty whiz bang, is that what he called it? Whiz bar.
That's gorgeous.
He's finding himself trying to defend the oncoming Daermisi.
I didn't see where the cut came from on Zawapasa. I was still in awe of that throw and that transition that we showed the highlight of earlier, but you can see some blood in there. It might just be leaking from the nose of Zawapasa. Bloody nose somewhere in that transition.
Oh, nice start, switch and jab there by you. Oh, that was a heavy leg kick.
Yeah, you spoke about the confidence, right? And he feels he's a much more confident fighter, and it's showing in this fight. The grappling exchanges. I think he's winning some of the striking as well.
His grappling's looking great. That sprawl and then the way that he just stops Zawapasa driving through. Really nice work from you.
I mean, when you have 2 high-level guys facing each other, right? You see scrambles that you don't normally see in these types of fights.
Yeah.
You just went and sat in the white on the other side of the octagon right there. Please, Pete, come. Keep calm. Use more kicks.
Okay?
Let's go lightly. Yeah, you okay right now?
쟤도 힘들어.
Yeah, he's tired too.
차려야 돼.
Hey, focus, okay? Pay attention.
약한 모습 보여주지 마.
Hey, don't show any weakness.
약한 모습 보여주지 말고 쟤도 지금 힘드니까.
He's tired
가볍게 가.
too.
쟤 지금 부담스러워.
Don't show any weakness.
바디째.
Right now he's stressed,
얼굴째.
so just go light on.
바디째, 얼굴째.
History in the making, Riyadh season, Noche UFC taking place from Sphere in Las Vegas, Nevada. Will be a night to remember. Bantamweight champion Sean O'Malley defends against Georgian cardio machine Murodov Dvalishvili, plus Alexa Grasso and Valentina Shevchenko settle the trilogy for flyweight gold. You can purchase UFC Noche UFC now and receive a special offer of $10 off if you buy before September 9th at espnplus.com/ppv.
You know, I'll be honest, Sean, maybe you is one of those fighters that don't like the stool, but I don't like the visual of a man sitting on the mat like that, leaning against the fence. You can hear his corner even saying, like you know, don't act tired. He's tired too. Don't show weakness, because it looks like a weakness when you're not on the stool.
Right. They're exchanging now. The thoughts that Zawapasa, Daermisi might have a poor energy tank. I don't think that's the case as he comes out hard for the second round. Obviously, a ways to go. Su Young Yu, I think, was hoping that his man would start to tire.
It seemed to me in between rounds that Yu was the one breathing a little bit heavier, though, in there.
A lot of close connections over in China to those who are already competing for the UFC. UFC fighter Mahashata cornering Zawapasa, Daermisi. I caught that Su Young Yu had to execute a GoFundMe to get out here and realize his dream in the semi-finals. He wanted to come out early to acclimatize for the biggest opportunity of his fighting career.
Oh. Yeah, and I think that's smart. You know, if you haven't fought in Vegas very often, you know, it's dry. It's a dry climate out here.
Yeah.
Getting adapted to it just shows the professionalism and how serious they're taking this tournament.
You spend a whole bunch of dollars on that, on those chapsticks out here.
you do. It's the first thing you get when you get off the plane. Make sure you have some chapstick in your pocket.
Hands get all dried out as well.
I've got mine now. I've got mine in my pocket already. Kiesa borrowed some from me earlier, matter of fact.
You guys share chapsticks.
Which is kind of odd.
Weird, guys. Yeah,
he used the tool or something. He didn't put on the face. I don't know what happened.
I'll be checking that out.
Oh, yeah.
Great bit of timing, but good job by Daermisi.
Yeah, that was great timing right there by you. Noticing that Zawapasa was entering, he went in for that single leg, but it was just, I mean, both men, they're so accomplished on the ground. You're seeing them making the right moves. Even when they get taken down, immediately they're making the next step to get back up to their feet.
I've very much enjoyed these unique styles of grappling that we've been able to see here on the Road to UFC throughout the seasons.
And it's kind of a different style, right? This Asian style of grappling. It's a little bit different than the collegiate style, the freestyle that we normally see inside of the octagon.
Certainly some of the Japanese fighters who we've seen come through, Rinya Nakamura being one of them.
Oh, both men landing right there. Looked like you took the brunt of it. Another big overhand right for Zawapasa landing on you.
Ray Saruya is another fighter with a very unique style.
Oh man, that right hand can't miss right now without Daermisi Zawapasa. I love that snatch single. Kenny Johnson, my old wrestling coach, would do the same thing. He just reaches down and then rips the leg towards you. It almost just widens your base and throws you off.
Zawapasa did a really good job. Like, is it limp legging out? Just
yes.
turning away?
Yep. And good balance as well, right? A lot of fighters would have fallen down. Look at that combination right there, that combination work. Zawapasa really picking up the pace in this round, letting his hands go a lot more.
Through that low kick.
Gotta be careful. Those naked low kicks. I mean, all you have to do is throw a straight right hand, straight left hand down the middle, and you get caught with those. They're dangerous.
Look at the volume outputs increasing from both of these fighters, doubling it up. But it is Su Young-yu putting in higher numbers at this point. It's close in the first. Maybe the more significant stuff coming from Daermisi.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you say that you is outstriking Zawapasa this round with the numbers?
Yes, with the numbers.
Okay.
But not all strikes are made equal.
100% not. And both men are a little bit bloodied up, but Zawapasa had some nice, significant strikes this round.
Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in.
He's struggling.
We need to get this man the stool. I don't know why they're not grabbing the stool.
Hey, first one not sure, but second round you got it. Hey, you got this. You got this. He's rushing right now. You just need to go. Hey, go to outfighting, right? Outboxing. Go for the single leg. Hey, go pretend like you go for the single leg, and then go for the pretend like you go for the single leg and then fake him out and then hit him from the back. Okay? Hey, you need to feint a little bit. You need to fake a little bit. We're almost there. We're almost there. Okay? We're almost there. You're almost there. You got this. Hey, don't go for the hook, okay? Don't hook. Go for the straight.
Coming up on episode 6, we've got the women's strawweights and the featherweight semi-finals of Road to UFC. Episode 5 right now, but we will be running straight into episode 6 after we wrap here. Michael Piersma will be with me on the call for
Last
those.
round, here we go. Fight.
Gotta say, Alan, I was looking in the corner of Sung Young-yu. No stool for him. It was splayed out on the canvas, mouthpiece out. I mean, it looks okay starting this round, but if you're in the corner of Zawapasa, what does that look like?
Yeah, that's my point. Even if you're not affected by it, if I'm in the other corner looking across this 25-foot octagon and I see you laid out on the canvas, it's giving me confidence. Because you know what my coach is telling me? Look how exhausted he is. He can't even hold himself up. And that's why you're seeing Zawapasa coming out here, guns blazing at the opening bell.
I'm sure he was on a stool in the first round.
No, you didn't use the stool yet in this fight.
Oh, he hasn't?
Yeah,
okay, I got that wrong.
And I felt like, Yu's first round was the strongest round. Ever since then, it seemed like Zawapasa is starting to pick up the pace.
Well, Zawapasa has been posting his best numbers, data numbers at the UFC PI in Shanghai. So he's in great physical condition, and he's showing that here as we count down the clock in the third and final round of this semi-final.
Yeah, and they do a great job over there at the UFC PI in Shanghai. I mean, they have a grading system, just working on your flexibility, your strength, your cardio, and a lot of these fighters have started much lower and finished much higher in this system. They're just making them evolve into better athletes all around.
Yeah. Yeah, the work of the UFC PI internationally really is becoming the gold standard for how to do things in mixed martial arts. Of course, they have the data for it. Nice leg lace there. Oh, this time he opts to go to the mount.
Great control right there by Yu.
Top half guard.
This is one of those positions earlier that Zawapasa was able to find a way back to his feet. Yu's doing a nice job holding him down right here.
Su Young-yu, one of the youngest black belts in South Korea. Just trying to hang heavy. No panic from Zawapasa as Yu tries to strip away his base once again.
Yeah, Zawapasa trying to fight the hand grip right now. Yu doing a nice job aborting that grip, going to the single leg. Don't fight the double for too long. If they're fighting against you, go to a single, mix things up, and he's doing just that, Yu.
Daermisi like a jack in the box at the moment. Whenever he's put down, he's able to
Get your
get
toes
rid
out
of
of the
these
cage.
hooks.
Toes out of the cage.
Zawapasa doing a good job of addressing the hooks. No threat coming from the choke is allowing him to do that, right, Alan?
Yeah, and both men I'm impressed by both men, the takedowns by you, but then also the ability for Zawapasa to kind of stay out of danger and find his way back to his feet again.
Very different strategy for Zawapasa coming into this one. He had 16 takedowns when he fought Len Ozaki. He's had 1 here so far in this semi-final bout.
I think it's because letting the hands go is working for him. You know, I think Zawapasa is winning the boxing. He's had some of the bigger shots in this fight.
Well, also, it's a lot of the time Jiu-Jitsu who is initiating a lot of those ground fighting exchanges. So, Su Young-Yu in the grey. It's Daermisi, Zawapasa in the red. A crimson mask being worn by Zawapasa as he fights through the pain in the last minutes here in a semi-final. A spot in Macau in a bantamweight tournament final awaits. And if he gets past that, there's a UFC contract at the end.
Don't grab the cage.
Nice elbow over the top by Zawapasa. Nice uppercut there by Zawapasa. Looked like it landed to me. Last 10 seconds.
Yeah, such a close round right here. I mean, both men should just be going for it at this moment.
Big swings to finish off the contest, but it does go to the judges' scorecards. Su Young-Yu leaving everything out there, but a more energized Daermisi Zawapasa. He seemed to get his striking going in the 3rd round, but it is down to the judges to score that.
Take a look at this beautiful throw. I could watch this one over and over again. You see that judo throw, cartwheels over, takes the back. You see a Superman off the cage getting a little flashy. Had some success in the 1st round, did you, in the boxing as well. Later in the fight, you started seeing a little bit of change in momentum. Zawapasa working the boxing. He was landing that right hand a lot of times, having success with it. And then you started seeing the result of the boxing. You initiated the grappling in this last and final round.
Well, look at that. How close can it get with the significant strikes? 55 apiece unofficially. A lot more head strikes from Su Young-Yu, but loads more takedowns and opportunities. But with the takedown, you've got to do something with it. Did he threaten enough with the submissions? Was he scoring damage? All of that will be considered by the judges as the scorecards are collated. It is an agonizing wait for these semi-finalists. Remember, the finals await in Macau in November. Daermisi Zawapasa, Su Young-Yu comes into screen. Let's get it in to Justin with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. Judge Camijo scores about 30-27, you. Judge Week scores about 29-28, Daermisi. And Judge Lieben scores about 29-28 for your winner by split decision and advancing to the finals, Su Young Jiu-Jitsu Yu.
All right, guys, I'm here with your winner, Su Young-Yu. Su Young, that was a grueling fight. You landed a beautiful throw early in that fight, and then your opponent started taking over in the boxing, and it seemed like in the final round, you went back to the grappling. Was that the plan in this fight, to try to out-grapple your opponent?
너무나도 멋진 경기를 보여주셔서 너무 감사합니다. 우선 첫 번째부터 시작하시면서 처음에는 이제 스트라이크로 가셨지만은 나중에 되는 이제 결론적으로 이제 상대방을 그래플링으로 압도적으로 잡으셨는데 그게 원래 계획이셨는지 말씀해 주세요.
상대방의 레슬링이 너무 강하다는 걸 알고 있어서 저희 팀 감독님께서 이제 처음엔 타격 위주로 천천히 풀어가고 나중에 그게 잘 풀리면 그래플링으로 들어가자. 그래서 유지수도 아닌 유스트라이커를 보여주자고 이제 얘기를 해서 그렇게 진행하였습니다.
I know that my opponent's very strong with wrestling and grappling. So in the first, my coach has told me that in the first couple of rounds, let's go with striking, let's go lights, but in the end, let's go with grappling. So what I showed, what I showed for this fight here today was not jiu-jitsu, but mostly striker.
I saw some of that striking. I got to ask you about the corner. In the corner, you elected to not sit on the stool, to sit on the ground. Is that something that you do in a lot of fights, or was there a reason that you didn't sit on the stool in this matchup?
저희가 봤을 때 뭔가 좀 의외하고 좀 다른 게 라운드마다 뭔가 의자에 앉지 않고 그냥 바닥에 앉으셨는데 원래 평상시 그렇게 하시는지 아니면 이번 시합에는 그렇게 하셨는지 말씀해 주세요.
저 유지수라 그런가 바닥이 편하더라고요.
I'm more comfortable with the floor.
Well, it showed in your performance. Congratulations. You're advancing on to the Bantamweight Finals. Guys, put your hands together for Su Young-Yu.
Congratulations to Su Young-Yu, who advances to the final. He said if he wins and gets that contract, he wants to buy his father a new car. So, Pops, that new car is still in play. We'll have to obviously find out how it all goes down in Macau. It is back to the flyweight bracket now and remaining semi-final as we go back to the locker rooms as Dong-Hoon Choi gets ready for the biggest fight of his life, full of confidence and somewhat agitated by Bisht after a confrontation following the quarterfinals in Shanghai. He has all the motivation he needs. For India's Bisht, his huge support system continues to motivate him. He was celebrated when he returned home from the quarterfinals, but he knows the job isn't done yet. He's in Las Vegas to inspire a generation and show off his skills. It's the flyweight semi-finals, and it's next.
Welcome to Power Slap.
Can I get a witness? I'm back with a vengeance.
Hit me, come on. Be strong up there. Let's go, boys! Ah!
Wow.
Damn! I'm back with a vengeance.
UFC is set for its return to Macau on November 23rd at the new Galaxy Arena. It's been a decade since we were last there. Cannot wait to see who's in this lineup. And of course, all 4 Road to UFC finals will take place on that UFC fight. We're about to discover how the flyweight final pairing will look. National pride and personal rivalries all at play next. Judo and Sambo specialist Dong-Hoon Choi also packs significant power in his fists, proving that wherever tonight's showdown with Indian prospect Angad Bisht goes, he has the ability to handle himself.
Flyweights Dong-Hoon Choi and Angad Bisht took different paths to their flyweight semi-final bouts, but no matter what the journey was for the pair, what matters on the road to UFC is the destination. And with both chasing a UFC contract, the only way to get there is to keep winning.
I'm gonna bring a complete fight, do everything, striking, grappling, submissions, everything. I will try to finish this fight.
네, 이번에 상대가 아주 강한 상대라고 저도 생각을 하기 때문에 저한테 있어서 엄청 업그레이드가 될 경기라고 생각합니다.
Showing plenty of grit as he took a split decision victory over Qihui in the tournament's quarterfinals, South Korea's Dong-Hoon Choi now brings his perfect pro record and judo black belt to Las Vegas, where he will attempt to turn back the challenge of Angad Bisht and punch his ticket to the finals.
일단 펀치 파워도 그렇고 이제 속도 면이나 이제 테크닉 면에서 이제 제가 더 많이 뛰어난 것 같고요. 일단 상대방이 가진 무기가 없습니다. 제가 생각하기에는. 그래서 제가 모든 면에서 좀 압도할 것 같습니다.
A 5 fights winning streak is impressive any way you cut it. But it's how India's Angad Bisht wins that has fans around the world watching his progress. In May, the 29-year-old Rudraprayag native needed less than 4 minutes to pick up his first Road to UFC victory, and he's hungry for more tonight.
The most dangerous thing about me is my right hand and my heart. You're gonna see tonight.
Well, back in 2020, at the lowest point of his career, India's Angad Bisht set the highest goal he could possibly think of, to one day make it to the UFC. A true student of the sport, the 29-year-old opened his own gym and would travel overseas for weeks at a time and would return home to all that he learned. But now, thanks to his academy's success, the flyweight has people come to him for a change, giving him total control over his training regimen. And guys, he told me yesterday that because of this, he has never felt more locked in on this goal, and that it is truly his destiny to one day make this dream a reality.
Thank you for that, Mackenzie. Yeah, I mean, you can see Angad Bisht, I mean, he is locked in, he is focused, and the first word that comes to mind when I think about this fighter is impressive. Everything that he does, when he is on the feet, that right hand seems to find the mark. On the money, has power. When he looks for the takedown, he's devastating right there. Very, very heavy top player. When he gets on top, finds a way to advance the guard, finds a way to get into that crucifix type of position and punish his opponents. He's going up against a judo black belt on this one. He's going against a very good fighter in Choi. It'll be interesting to see if he can't take this fight to the mat if these guys stand in trade. But Angad Bisht, a fighter out of India, as we said earlier on this show, India last season, they weren't able to get anybody to advance. Angad Bisht almost seems to me, John, to be the hope of India. He's the guy that's leading the way for them.
100%, yeah. Man from a small village in India, used to learn by watching YouTube videos, has earned his way into the Road to UFC Semi-Finals. He's 2 fights away from a contract and carries the hopes of a nation on his muscular shoulders. One of my favorite fighters to talk to this week, Choi. Ever since he told me that he just wants to make money, get famous, get married through attaining a UFC contract. I've always
we all
thought,
want that, right?
This guy's cool. They've had a little bit of beef, Angad Bisht and Choi. Apparently, Bisht approached him after the quarterfinals in Shanghai, and there was a little bit of flexing. Nothing actually happened, but he felt a little disrespected. And as a result, he's kind of gone out on social media and said, just because you have big, cool muscles doesn't mean you're good at MMA fighting. He does believe that he's technically better. He thinks that cardio might be an issue for Bisht as well. But, you know, tough fight. He had a tough quarterfinal, and apparently he had foot issues going into that one, so disappointed. And that surprises me, because he is 7-0, sorry. He's got a win on a big stage, but I like the fact that he's not satisfied with that.
Yeah, 100% not satisfied with it. But I always say this with undefeated fighters. They've never tasted defeat yet. They don't know how to lose. And so a lot of cases, when these fighters get in bad positions, they figure a way out, because they always think that there's a way to win. And we saw that in his last fight, in a decision win over Jieleyisi. He got caught in that fight earlier against a very good striker, was able to weather the storm and find some moments to make this a dirtier fight, get this fight to the ground, find areas to win. He was able to do that. He's got a tough test in this one, going against Angad Bisht, though, in this matchup.
All right, let's take a look at the tail of the tape for this flyweight tournament semi-final. At 25, Choi is 4 years younger. Bisht is 2 inches taller, and he will have a slim half-inch reach advantage. With the official introductions, here's Justin.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the Road to UFC Flyweight Semifinals. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 10 wins, 2 losses. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 125 pounds. Fighting out of Dehradun, India, Angad Bisht.
Let's go.
And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He's a mixed martial artist holding a professional record of 7 wins, 0 losses. He stands 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in officially at 125 pounds. Fighting out of Pohang, South Korea, Dong-hoon Choi. And when the action begins, your referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Referee for this one, Kerry Hatley, all set for a maximum 3 5-minute rounds of action. Sudden victory is in play as well. Angad Bisht versus that man, Dong-Hun Choi.
Gentlemen, that's what you work for. You ready?
Representing South Korea. So South Korea in the red, India in the grey. Again, we got opposite stances, but look out for Choi to switch. Right on cue.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see if any of that bad blood spills over into the way that these men fight tonight. There's a lot at stake. Both men obviously want to advance to the finals. You have to put those emotions aside, right? And fight tactically and smart.
Well, let's see if Choi, the 25-year-old, has that maturity as a professional. I'm not saying he doesn't, by the way. Let's see if he can keep all of that in check, as well, of course, the fact that there is a UFC contract just under 2 fights away. Angad Bisht got himself into debt preparing for the quarterfinal in Shanghai, but took his winnings and his bonus, was able to pay some of that back and reinvest in his career. And that has been a note that I've taken from following his career for a little while. He's a man that learned from YouTube, but then used to travel around the world and just pick up what he could.
Oh!
Coaches, big fire from Bisht early.
Sorry about that, John. That was a massive right hand that just landed for Angad Bisht, and my goodness, did Dong-Hun Choi take that well.
That was a good slip and counter, right? Oh, he's bloodied him up early.
Oh, my goodness.
He did a lot of damage to John Almanza's eye in that quarterfinal for as long as it lasted. Only went into the first round, and you can see just how built Angad Bisht is. He's going to pack a punch.
I can't tell if he's cut below the left eye as well, or is it just blood from the mouth, but it's starting to spew right now down his chest.
Watch the cut.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, it does look like it's below the eye right there. Nice job taking down Angad Bisht.
Hooks in as well. A good job by Bisht to address the grips.
I know Choi spoke about, you know, it's not muscles that win fights, but you can see the strength that Angad Bisht has. I mean, the punching power is there. When his back was taken, he just shoved Choi off. He's very physical.
So Choi knew that Bisht was going to come with big, powerful shots, but he believes that evading those attacks, using counters, will quickly tire him out. The first part of that is evading the strikes.
Don't grab, don't grab.
He believes that grappling will be his roots to the win.
Choi trying to use some of that judo background right there. Bisht is just so strong, so athletic. He's able to recover pretty quickly on those throws.
Well, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face, right?
And he certainly got punched in the face. I mean, Choi is showing it. He's cut up underneath his eye, but it almost looks like it's leaking out of his mouth as well.
Nice left hook by Bisht.
Choi needs to be careful with those low kicks. A lot of them are hitting those below the belt on Bisht.
Bisht has a national wrestler in camp, Bishu. Boxer wrestling style by the Indian fighter, who's got a massive following back home. He actually went from 300,000 followers on Instagram to 450,000 after his Road to UFC quarterfinal win.
Choi needs to be careful. He's starting to kind of escape out and look over the shoulder, and you can see Bisht starting to just kind of slowly track him down. Choi hasn't quite figured out where he needs to take this fight. Look for Bisht to explode here if he can get a break.
A tie clinch by Choi, but he lets it go.
Yeah, I love the tie clinch. I don't love it as a defense against defense. A lot of times, strong fighters like Bisht, they'll be able to just pressure in with their hips and make it ineffective.
Last 15 seconds in the opening round. And the Cutman's got a little bit of work to do on Choi.
Stop.
피스 빼고 호흡
Hey, breathe in.
야, 지금 코 같은데 괜찮나?
Hey, is your nose okay?
코 같은데 괜찮나?
Is your nose okay?
일단 동훈아, 이 지금 다리 완전 죽었다.
Right
다리
now,
살리고
your
지금
legs are
네
stiff
오른쪽
right now.
확실하게 먹어야 된다.
You
아까
need to
걸릴 것도
come
아니었는데
strong
걸린
with
거야.
right or something. Do
오른손
something.
확실하게 이제 제 오른손밖에 안 들어오니까.
All he has is right hand. That's all he has. Don't try to go for the big ones, okay?
One has to go out. 하면 나왔어. 큰 거 맞추려고 하지 마.
Don't try to go for
짤짤이부터 먼저 맞춰야 돼.
Just
지금
go for the light
짤짤이가
jab.
없어.
Just jab,
큰
jab.
거
Yeah,
이거 아직
nothing
아무것도
right
아니다.
now.
Well, if you want to see a massive right hand, take a look at this one right here. Right hand right over the top for Bisht. Lands just on the left eye right there. Cuts him pretty good. But, I mean, just for Choi to be able to not even get knocked down right there was impressive.
Get the gambler's perspective by checking out UFC On The Line exclusively on Fight Pass. Betting sharps, Danni the Greek, Nick Kalikis and Minty Bets join Brendan Fitzgerald to get you primed for every big UFC event. Next episode drops on Thursday, September 5th. Round number 2, and the blood is already streaming again from Choi.
Yeah, Choi needs to start circling to his right, away from that power hand, the right hand of Bisht. I mean, it's just too much power, and it's his favorite strike. It's what Bisht is throwing repeatedly, and it's been landing. When he's circling into the power like he is now, I think he's more susceptible to eat a big shot.
You can see Bisht is measuring him up for that.
Yeah. He wants it. I mean, Bisht said it. All it takes is my right hand to land, and he showed that early in the first round.
Well, that's a nice right hand by Choi, however. He gets on his bike.
And I don't mind him chopping the legs either. Take a little of the base away from Bisht, but you have to be cognizant, rather. When throwing those low kicks, you can't eat that right hand. You can't eat a punch when you're off balance.
Stop, time. Go right here.
I mean, it looked a little bit like a low blow and an eye poke, but I think it's the eye that's bothering Bisht right here.
Eye poke.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, double whammy.
Yeah.
Double infringement.
I got to say, Bisht has been pretty polite in this fight, where there's a lot of guys that would take 5 minutes for the low blows. I mean, I feel like he's gotten hit below the belt about 5 or 6 times already in this fight. Yeah. He hasn't even blinked an eye until the eye poke came.
Well, I was going to say, struggling to blink an eye, Alan.
Good.
Steel cup. See if we can get a look at the eye poke right here. You can see Choi just extending those fingers when he sees the entry of Bisht, and yeah, index finger gets him right in the left eye.
Yeah, because he's...
So the fighter has 5 minutes, and they're also given some lint now where they can wipe away.
Because you keep... Yeah, you got to keep...
No problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Better? Okay. Take your time.
Okay.
So this is good by Bisht. Like, if you're not quite ready, then take your time. And I think he's probably getting there, but he's giving himself every opportunity to...
You good?
Make sure that that eye is okay.
Okay, what's the fingers and what's the kick? Okay, here we go. Time in.
Double warning for Choi. Touch him up. Bisht not really interested, but just wants to get straight back to it. Good combination there by Choi.
You said a double warning. I wonder if a double warning would mean that if there was another foul committed, that it was a point deduction right away.
Sorry, that was a rocket of a right there by Bisht.
I do like the movement that Choi is showing in this second round. He's being a lot more lateral, and he's kind of making Bisht bite on those feints that he's throwing. having some success with it. Watch for the judo throw of Choi here.
Bisht just looking that little bit stronger, even against the judo man, who they typically have that core strength and those very dexterous hips.
Yeah, sometimes muscles help. Not always, you know.
I wouldn't know.
They do, I'll tell you. From experience, they do.
You.
They help, they help.
Good to know.
A lot of technique involved, but you
lend
can
me
see...
your program.
I need to lend you Bisht program, because Angad's Bisht, I mean, you see it in his profile pic. I mean, it's like a gorilla-type pose, and that's his fighting style. Well, it shows. It shows. Obviously, a lot of technique involved as well, but look at the strength.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
High crotch, elevated him, couldn't get the takedown.
He needs a little camp with DC. He'd have got him going over like Gustafsson, and
DC would have all the details for that one.
Yeah. Oh, big shot by Choi. That grounded Bisht.
Wow. It wasn't a huge shot, but I think Bisht was just not expecting that left hook to come. That right hook, rather. Big opportunity here for Choi.
Oh, it's got a reverse crucifix, maybe.
Yeah, Bisht needs to turn in. He doesn't want to be in this position. He needs to try to turn into him. You're right. He's kind of getting set up in a reverse crucifix. Choi's trying to get a hold of that right arm of Bisht right there. He's got the left arm trapped with his legs. And he's got his hands clasped around the right arm of Bisht, but it wasn't quite deep enough. It was under the armpit.
Now he's didn't address the grips, and Bisht double underhooks. He pulls him down to the ground, and it's now Angad Bisht looking for that back control. Wow, how quickly the tables have turned.
Yeah, and Bisht is a very heavy top player. If he finds himself, if he aborts this back and goes to the top, that's a position that he excels in. Heavy pressure, heavy ground and pound.
I was looking for that rear naked choke, and he's got 3 professionally. He's doing all the right things.
Yeah, and he might just go for the crush here, even if it's not under the chin, just crush the windpipes of Choi.
Last 10 seconds as Choi pins the double underhooks of Bisht to keep himself safe.
Stop.
Let's take a look at the shot that floored Bisht momentarily.
Yeah, take a look at this hook right here on the button. You can see Bisht, he had his hands down. He wasn't expecting. He thought it was going to be a clean break. Great job by Donghoon Choi, continuing with the combination, sitting down Bisht, taking his back,
bit of water.
And likely stealing that round.
Yeah. A little bit here. That's where refresh. You are winning. That's it. So, keep the strategy, make points, takedown. Takedown control. He's bleeding too. You can work the boxing in a short distance, okay? Try to put him in the cage, in the back in the cage.
Former title challenger and perennial middleweight contender Jared Cannonier looks to secure his spot as the top title threat against streaking Brazilian Caio Borralho. Plus, 2 new Ultimate Fighters are crowned. The 6-fight main card comes your way Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus and ESPN as well. Right, 3rd and final round. Nice show of respect between the 2 fighters as they battle it out for a place in the finals in November in Macau for the Road to UFC. We already know Kiru Sahota makes up 1/2 of the final pairing. Will it be Choi or Bisht? They have 4 minutes 30 to decide.
Oh. Yeah, I was just about to say, John, Choi's been throwing those low kicks pretty steadily. It's probably, and you're starting to see Bisht bite on him, dropping his right hand. That head kick eventually was going to come up.
stance switching, making things a little bit more difficult for Bisht.
I'll tell you what, I'm impressed by both men in the recovery, right? You think about the first round, Angad Bisht. I mean, that was such a solid shot that it landed on Choi, cutting him. But Choi recovered, and then he went and gave him a little bit of his own action, dropping Bisht in the second round. Bisht able to recover as well after that shot. It feels a little bit like this round is for the, this round is going to dictate the winner of the fight.
All to play for here. And the flyweight semi-final. Nice lead hand there by Choi. He is yet to taste defeats.
I think the adjustment that was made for Choi was the feints. You're seeing all these feints? Look how much Bisht is biting on him, right? And so what's that's doing is it's not allowing Bisht to stalk him like he was doing that first round. The first round, Bisht was walking forward the entire round, stalking him. That second round, Choi started implementing these feints. And it made Bisht start to bring his hands up. A little more cautious entering for these strikes.
Is that because he's earned his respect with the power?
Yeah, I think so. But even before that, he was throwing the feints. You can see Bisht biting. He was biting and biting on all of them. Obviously getting dropped in the second round. Got Choi a little bit of respect.
Yeah.
And you see the activity as well, right? It slowed down on the side of Bisht, and Choi seemed to be picking it up in this third round.
Let's take a look at how the strikes are going round by round. And it was very close, but Choi did a great job in the second round. And he seems to be accelerating away in the third. There's a lot more. Keep saying it, said it earlier. There have been takedowns and submission attempts as well. Bisht has been on the back of Choi. He has threatened the rear naked choke. But Choi is now going to have to take a few moments off as Bisht has recharged himself. Rips to the body by Bisht.
John, when you look at the last fight, Donghoon Choi fell behind early. He got dropped in the opening round of his last fight and found a way to fight back and win those last rounds. He's doing the same thing in this fight. Got hurt early in this fight, got cut by Angad Bisht, but he's making the adjustments. He's being more active on the feet. He's throwing the feint.
Oh, that's going to get one, Choi. Well, just when I thought Angad Bisht was coming in, he does like a leg lock, by the way.
Yeah, Angad Bisht working on the inside heel hook right here.
Choi did a good job kicking through on that grip. That is a nice, tight bite that Bisht has got. Going for a straight ankle lock.
I mean, I feel like Bisht needs to go for a finish. If he's going to go for the ankle, he needs to go for broke, because likely getting dropped right here at the end of the round is going to put him behind. We'll see if he goes belly down and tries to...
Yeah, last 10 seconds, good job by Choi not to panic there. But Bisht sensing a bit of urgency. Rolls through for the back, well, that is it. What a moment there for Choi, just when I personally thought Bisht was starting to get his game off. Choi with a great counter. He floors Angad Bisht in the third as well. But this one will see the judges' scorecards.
Definitely a fun fight on the feet. You see right here, opening round, Bisht with that overhand right, cuts Choi. The blood started just coming out right here. Second round, you see Choi having a little bit of fun right here on the feet, dropping Bisht with that follow-up right hook. And then watch here, both men having some action right here. It wasn't until the last and final round that you see Choi landing a shot right here. Bisht still pressing forward, and he started finding momentum, trying to be the aggressor in this fight. But that hook seemed to be the money shot for Choi throughout this fight. That was the end of the round right there. Closely contested fight by both men on the feet right here.
You have the superiority. The second round was much advantage. So the third round...
Just eavesdropping in on the conversations with the corners. It is anyone's guess at this stage. All that matters is what the judges decide. Who will march forward to the finals is Justin.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. Judge Bell scores about 29-28, Choi. Judge Camijo scores about 29-28, Bisht. Judge Cologne scores about 29-28 for your winner by split decision and advancing to the finals, Dong-Hoon Choi!
Obviously, we have a very happy Dong-Hoon Choi right here, a bloody and very happy Choi. Let me get you guys in here, Choi. There we go. Choi, I've got to ask you. You were hit with a monster shot in that first round, and you were able to stand in there and survive. How badly hurt were you in the first round?
첫 번째 라운드에 굉장히 좀 큰 타격을 맞으셨는데 그거에 대해서 좀 어떠신지 어떻게 그걸 회복하셨는지 한번 말씀해 주세요.
네, 맞은 줄도 몰랐어요. 근데 코피가 막 질질 흐르는 게 정말 느껴져가지고 무서웠습니다. 이제 무서웠어요. 지금 정신이 하나도 없네요.
You know, honestly, I didn't even know that I got hit, but you know, I just saw my nose just bleeding, and to tell you the truth, you know, I just it did kind of get to me. I did kind of get scared, but right now I'm like, I don't even know where I am right now.
Well, you're in the victory circle. That's where you're at right now, sir. But I thought you made a great adjustment during this fight. In the second round, he started throwing a lot of feints, and I started seeing Bisht biting on them, and it allowed him to land that hook. Was that something that his cornerman alluded him to doing, to throwing the feints and to throwing that left hook?
굉장히 적응을 잘하셨고 특히 두 번째 라운드에서는 좀 페인트를 좀 많이 하셨습니다. 페인트를 많이 하신 다음에 그 다음에 이제 훅으로 상대방을 이제 때려 눕히셨는데 그런 코너에서 그런 전략을 미리 짜셨는지 페인트를 해가지고 레프트 훅으로 들어가라 그게 있었는지 한번 말씀해 주세요.
네, 일단 작전에서 연습하고도 뭐 이렇게 제가 빠졌다가 훅을 날려서 이제 보낸다는 것보다 이렇게 작전을 연습을 했습니다. 근데 두 번째 라운드부터 나왔던 이유가 첫 번째 라운드 때는 몸도 좀 굳어가지고 좀 많이 경직돼 있었는데 2라운드 때부터 조금 몸이 풀리기 시작하더니 페인트를 이제 넣을 용기가 좀 생겼습니다.
Yes, that was our plan. We did practice, did train just to kind of feint and go with the hook. To tell the truth, though, the first round I felt very stiff, but the second round, that's when I started warming up and I just started practicing and just was able to execute what we practiced. So that's what we're able to do it.
Choi, you are now advancing to the finals in the flyweight division. You're going to be facing Kiru Sahota. Your thoughts on this opponent?
이제 플라이웨이트 이제 결승전 이제 남았습니다. 상대방의 바가 이제 남았는데 그거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 말씀해 주세요.
아까 들어오기 전에 사호타 선수 봤는데 엄청 크더라고요. 180 되는 것 같아요. 근데 제가 포항 팀에 있으면서 제가 싸우는 애들이 다 180 넘어가는데 엄청 많습니다. 전혀 걱정이 안 돼요. 다음 라운드 결승도 이겨서 UFC 나가도록 하겠습니다.
You know, I did see him earlier, and yes, he's a lot bigger than me. He seems like, you know, he's somewhat of 180 centimeter or so. But I have fought many opponents that are taller than me, that are, you know, around 180 or taller. So next round, I'm going to win, and I'll get my contract with the UFC.
Well, I certainly can't wait to see it, guys. We're going to have a bit of a face-off. Guys, you're flyweight finalists right here. Dong-Hoon Choi and Kiru Sahota.
So there it is, folks. Your flyweight tournament final. Dong-Hoon Choi versus Kiru Sahota. Nice sign of respect between both flyweights. It all goes down in November in Macau. Congratulations to Dong-Hoon Choi, by the way. Stretches to 8-0 professionally. Got beat up by his coaches as well after. If it wasn't bad enough, the damage that Bisht did. Anyway, those guys will throw down later this year, and I can't wait for it. A new wave of Japanese talent has been making its mark in the UFC of late, and as Toki Nakanishi prepares to battle China's Bargeng Jieleyisi, he wants nothing more than to join them in the octagon.
A second-round submission of Lee Wing-Fong put Bargeng Jieleyisi in tonight's Road to UFC semi-final. But the work is far from done for the ambitious 28-year-old, who will now match up with the equally motivated Toki Nakanishi in a 135-pound clash with a lot on the line for both combatants.
我会是我对手的噩梦，因为我很相信我自己，我想拿下 UFC 的合同。
今夜の試合はしっかり1ラウンド目から自分からしっかり作りに行って仕留めに行きます。
A two-division king of pancrase and former Shuto Rookie of the Year, Japan's Tokitaka Nakanishi has been forecast to do big things in the sport for years. And should he defeat Bargeng Jieleyisi and earn a spot in the Road to UFC Bantamweight Finals, he will be right on track to make his mark.
今日自分は勝ちます。なぜならずっと格闘技始めた時から目指してきたところが USC で、そこに向けて、今回トーナメント決まった時からもそうなんですけど、やっぱり一つ一つ、日常から積み重ねてきたんで、周りの、みんなチームメイトだったりとか応援してくれてる方々、自分をしっかり信じて臨めば結果がついてくると思います。
A rising force in the sport of mixed martial arts, China has produced a host of elite fighters over the years, including UFC strawweight champion Wei Li. And while the bar has been set high, Hebei's Bargeng Jieleyisi believes he has what it takes to follow in his compatriot's footsteps in the octagon.
我觉得我的意志力吧，因为我不会轻易的放弃。
So here walks Bargeng Jieleyisi, running a 3-fight win streak now. Mackenzie wanted to get a rear naked choke going into that quarterfinal back in May, delivered on that. But tonight feels like he's got to have a very strategic game plan against a very tough out in Nakanishi.
Definitely, and despite that momentum, guys, he was on a bit of a roller coaster yesterday while he was waiting for Tokitaka Nakanishi to make weight. Now, of course, Toki took the extra hour and he cut that extra pound, but I thought it was really interesting that Jieleyisi sat right where we are right now for the whole hour, waiting to find out whether or not he'd be fighting tonight. Now, during that waiting period, I had the chance to speak to him, and he told me he doesn't really pay too much mind to his opponents. And when I asked him if he was concerned if having to cut that last pound in that hour window was going to affect the fight this evening, he didn't really have an answer. He said, I focus on myself, and put an emphasis on his own preparation, which has taken on a different meaning recently. He's been so focused on his cardio and making sure that he shows up in his best form with his fourth fight down at bantamweight. He mentioned really finding a home here, and I think that being one of only 3 people to secure a finish as tournament fighters as far as they go last round in Shanghai, I think it speaks volume to that home he's found, right, Alan?
I agree. I mean, he's found the right weight class, and obviously finishers are great. This is what we want in the UFC. We're trying to get amazing fighters, the guys that can finish. And earlier in his career, he spoke about having, cardio issues. This is something that he addressed. I think he has put this to bed now. It's something that he has found the right weight class, and it's no longer an issue. It's no longer a threat. And to me, John, going into a fight, being scared of getting tired, that's the biggest fear. It's not about getting hurt. It's about, if I get tired, how do I defend myself? Not having that fear makes you a freer, more confident fighter.
So here walks Tokitaka Nakanishi. Said this just feels different. He has been dreaming of becoming a UFC fighter for the longest time, and it's getting ever closer. He arrived here on Sunday to a different level of support. He said he's not a great talker, Alan, but he insists his fighting is strong.
Sorry about that, John. We talk about powerful Japanese wrestlers, and we've seen a couple of them over the seasons of Road to the UFC. Tokitaka Nakanishi, yeah, we see, it's something that they have there in Japan where, I mean, it's not only good wrestling, but it's guys that look like him. They're stocky, they're strong, powerful type wrestlers, and I love his style of wrestling. It's aggressive, but it's not out of control. He will wait. You look at some of his previous fights. He's waiting for his opponent to throw a kick so he can time the takedown and execute it. He's waiting for his opponent to switch stances where he knows there's an opportune moment. And then once he gets you taken down, immediately he's looking to cartwheel pass, jump the guard, advance into a better position, and look for a submission or some ground and pound. Very quick takedowns, and both men really possess that. I feel like this could be a fight where guys cancel out on the ground and decide to strike, or we see some more high-level wrestling exchanges again in this matchup.
However it shakes out, I'm here for it. This is the tape of the tape for our final bantamweight semi-final. And Nakanishi and Jieleyisi both 28. Jieleyisi is taller by 3 inches. He will also have the reach advantage in this contest. Here is Justin with the introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the Road to UFC Bantamweight Semifinals. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 17 wins, 5 losses. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 136 pounds. Fighting out of Hebei, China, Bargeng Jieleyisi. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He's a grappler holding a professional record of 12 wins, 3 losses. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 136 pounds. Fighting out of Suzuka City, Japan, Toki, Toki Nakanishi. And when the action begins, your referee in charge, Mark Smith.
Octagon official for the featured bouts, Mark Smith. Bargeng Jieleyisi against Toki Nakanishi, all set for a maximum 3 5-minute rounds of action. A possible sudden victory, 4th round if it all square after 15 minutes. They touch him up straight to it. Jieleyisi in the grey with a huge shot to open his accounts.
It's a great way to get the fight going.
Wasn't it just?
Jieleyisi, right hand lands on the button.
We're seeing some of these fighters getting through to the finals a little bit banged up. Jieleyisi was trying to take the quickest route there.
I mean, not only landed the right hand, but took down the powerful wrestler Nakanishi.
So Jieleyisi has been addressing any potential issues he had in his game. The poignant one for him was cardio, but he was trying his hand at a new weight class, bantamweights. This is his 4th now. Between the Road to UFC tournaments, he went out and got some good wins against good opposition. A guy from TriStar was one of them.
Dangerous position right here for Nakanishi. Both men good in the grappling, but Jieleyisi much more polished in the submission department as Nakanishi gets a sweep right there, gets on top.
And that's that wrestling versus jiu-jitsu, right?
That strong base, right? Nakanishi's it's not going to be easy to hold a guy like him down or submit him.
Jieleyisi has 10 career submission wins, but Nakanishi, a real monster when it comes to the wrestling. Nakanishi told me he wasn't 100% in the quarterfinal matchup. Couldn't perform the way that he wanted. So he's going to show some differences tonight. But it was a fast start by Jieleyisi. Nakanishi's trying to even things up. Just 2 minutes into this contest.
Yeah, I mean, Nakanishi's got to be very happy with the current situation, right? He eats a big right hand right off the bat, gets taken down by Jieleyisi. Almost his back taken by a rear naked choke specialist. 5 rear naked choke wins by Jieleyisi. Nakanishi finds a way to get on top. And, you know, we're halfway through this round. A lot of time still to try to win this round back or do some damage.
Interesting, Jieleyisi pushing off the cage into open space. A lot of people will use the fence to try and get back to their feet.
Yeah, well, it tells me maybe he wants to play guard game because if you're on the bottom playing the guard game, it's so frustrating to have the fence against your back. But if you do want to get up, you could use a fence, as you said.
Oh, he's got a head and arm here.
Yeah, looks like an anaconda choke.
Yeah, look for that gate to roll, but it... Nakanishi, very powerful in these exchanges.
Yeah, you can see the explosiveness with transitions, right? A little bit more of the faster fighter in those transitions is Toki Nakanishi.
Oh, nicely done there to go from three-quarter back mount to back mount, stretching out Jieleyisi. He's got a decent amount of time to work here.
I mean, you got to think Nakanishi's plan was to get on top. I don't think this is the way that he predicted he would get on top, getting eaten a right hand and taken down. But nonetheless, he finds himself in a dominant position with a minute left in this round.
Trying to climb his arm round the neck. Jieleyisi did a good job of addressing the hands.
See Nakanishi trying to lace in that body lock right there. A triangle around the body. He's just not able to get the right angle.
Well, if he can't get that, what do you think about this position, Alan?
In terms of the leg lock for Jieleyisi?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's concerned with it at all. But typically for that leg lock to happen, the ankles need to be kind of ankle to ankle, right?
Sorry, I mean, rather than going for the body triangle, he goes cross body and just like hooks under that lead leg rather than coming all the way across.
Right.
Sort of anchoring himself in place. Again, going back to like the different styles of grappling that we're seeing. Typically, I would see fighters go fully across the body for and lace underneath the furthest leg.
Right, John's talking about the Nakanishi having his right leg behind the right knee of Jieleyisi, but if he can't get that, he's fine settling for it was in between his legs. Either way, it kind of gives you an anchor for control, and he's using it very well in this first round.
Last few seconds.
Stop. Up.
Jieleyisi sprung back to his feet.
Take a seat. Deep breath.
非常好，非常
You
好，
are doing great.
非常好。
No, blow noise. Don't blow noise.
不要碰。
Not good.
现在非常好，非常好。OK， 但我们不要跟他打地面。
We don't grapple with him.
那个站立非常 OK。
We go keep standing.
距离，他不
We
敢跟你
keep
打
the
站立
distance.
他只想摔你。OK， 我们拉
We just want to wrestle
保持
with
这个
you.
节奏，保持这个节奏。
So keep your distance, keep your pace.
你就一定要想办法，不能被他拿到背，他特别烦。
Don't
他拿背，他
let
身
him
体上脚特别
get.
取られないように。相手また思い切ってくるからな、そこ注意だな。
UFC 306 Riyadh season, Noche UFC will definitely be a night to remember. Bantamweight champ Sean O'Malley defends against Georgian cardio machine Murodov, of course. Grasso versus Shevchenko to settle the trilogy. If you purchase UFC Noche now, you will receive a special offer of $10 off if you buy before September 9th. Go to espnplus.com/ppv. Nice step in 1-2 there by Nakanishi.
Yeah, look at the explosion now. Nakanishi is the more explosive fighter in there. If he could use that to his advantage in this fight, it's going to be to his benefit for sure. He has the speed, the explosion, probably the power against Jieleyisi.
Nakanishi explodes some energy in on the hips.
I spoke during the walkout about those low, fast shots, and he does it so well. Very low, quick on the penetration step, and then he's always looking to pass, right? He's very good at not just settling in this position.
In Nakanishi's corner, he has Hatsuhayoki, with 8 UFC appearances. really values his mentorship. It's always great to have someone who's trodden the boards at the highest level, helping guide your career.
Great job by Jieleyisi. They're wrestling up, finding a way to get off the ground. In a good position right here to try to get his own takedown or even break away, test it on the feet again. He had success right at the opening bell, but it has me thinking now, was that just kind of catching Nakanishi by surprise with the right hand? Because when you saw the opening of the second round, Nakanishi seemed to be a little more fluidity on the feet with the hands.
Come here, Toki.
Yeah, well, you got to be ready to go from the
Are
bell.
you good? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Hey. Knee here.
Low blow here on the cup.
All right. Are you good? All right. Fight.
15-second delay, they get back to it. Nice low kick from Jieleyisi. And again.
Jieleyisi has a nice right hand. Very sneaky. See, he sits him down right there with that right hand.
And again. Nakanishi is holding on here. Certainly felt those two big right hands from Jieleyisi.
Yeah, Nakanishi would love nothing more than get a takedown right here and kind of clear the cobwebs.
Jieleyisi would like nothing more than to get some separation and let that right hand go.
I like when Bargeng Jieleyisi throws the right hand. There's no chamber fire. It only goes straight out, and it's making it deceptive for Nakanishi to see it coming.
Was a kick there by Nakanishi, but Jieleyisi stays attached.
Great balance, great defense by Jieleyisi.
Over-unders for both bantamweights using their shoulder strikes as well. Very on vogue tonight here at the UFC Apex. Betting lines had these guys very close. Jieleyisi, slight -120 favorites.
Good, good.
Higher level experience from the man from Hebei, China. Nakanishi is running a 7-fight winning streak coming into this semi-final.
Jieleyisi is hand fighting with his left arm right there to set that up. That's what I was going to say. He's looking to seek up the bicep right there of Nakanishi so he could set up an elbow or a punch right there. It's a nice way of kind of changing up the pummel rhythm that they normally have. Both men have an over-under at the moment, but I'd like to see more of those inside elbows with Jieleyisi.
或者你缓一下也行。
Nice left in there by Jieleyisi. Last few seconds. Been a good round for Jieleyisi. Elbow as well there coming from the left side.
Toki, 座って深呼吸するよ。
Sit down.
トキやることやらないと思うぞ。
真ん中に倒せばいけるんですけど、そこやりに行こう。後にかけて。どうしたらいいですか。
自分から行こう。自分から打って組みに行こう。作戦通り。自分が打って組みに行こう。待ってる時もらってるから、待っちゃダメだよ。自分が出して、出せば当たってるんだから。後手に回って受けちゃダメだよ。で、それやれてる時はペース取れるから。
Keep your distance. Use your fake. Knee. Right over. Keep the distance. You don't need to grapple with him on the ground. We keep our distance and use our hands.
Season 8 of Dana White's Contender Series returned 2 weeks ago, and so far 8 contracts have been given out. The series that has launched so many UFC careers will run for 10 straight weeks, featuring some of the best rising talent from around the globe.
All right, guys,
all
third
vying
round,
to become a UFC fighter. It's live, exclusive on ESPN Plus, with 10 top prospects competing this Tuesday at 8 Eastern. Talking of top prospects vying for a UFC contract, Nakanishi and Jieleyisi enter the final round of their semi-final pairing here at the UFC Apex. A spot in the finals in November over in Macau awaits the winner. Nakanishi was told by Haraguchi, you have to go first. You cannot wait. And he finds himself with his back against the fence early in round number 3.
Yeah, it kind of feels like that way for either man. Whichever man was going first with the hands was landing those combinations in this matchup, along with the takedowns, right? When you saw Nakanishi prior to this shoot a takedown, he would land it. This was one of the first ones that I've seen Jieleyisi stuff.
Jieleyisi is pretty good with those leaving presence out of the clinch.
Yeah, and Jieleyisi started to pick up on the timing of the takedowns by Nakanishi.
Looking for a little wrap up here, but good addressing of the grips in the hands by Jieleyisi. He's got to be careful. I think there was a connection with the knee to the head. I don't think it was intentional.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to break the grip, trying to free his hand there. Might be trying to look for a ninja choke or something.
Jieleyisi with all of his weight over the upper back of Nakanishi.
Watch Nakanishi looking to hit a peek out right here. A bit of a short arm drag. You can see with his left hand, he's trying to grip the right hand of Jieleyisi so he can try to get a sweep, find a way out of there. Oh, I can't tell if he has a... Oh, he's just got it around the neck right now, but he doesn't have 2 hands together, there's Jieleyisi.
He's trying to connect to his forearm. There we go. Nakanishi spots his opportunity. Good momentum. Sweeps. Really nice work to dig for that underhook.
Yeah. Nice job using that butterfly guard to elevate Jieleyisi. Nakanishi getting in that underhook, as you said. Before that, Jieleyisi was going for a choke, but it just feels those chokes against a wrestler like Nakanishi is going to be so hard. These guys are so explosive. He's going to gator roll out. It's going to be hard to sink something like that in.
Jieleyisi doing a pretty decent job of trying to nullify the sweep game of Nakanishi. Oh, he's trying to isolate that right arm of Jieleyisi.
Yeah, looking
good
for
hip dexterity.
Right here, if he can get off to the side, he'll be able to work the omoplata on the right arm of Jieleyisi. He needs to free his right leg right now, though. If he could have freed his right leg and almost triangle his legs together, it'd help lock down this omoplata attempt.
Oh, my knees and hip are screaming right now looking at Nakanishi.
You gotta have flexibility for this kind of stuff.
You can't just try this at home, by the way. I have a 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu specialist next to me, black belt no less.
And there's a way to help finish this position, a 10th Planet style, where you push the head away, make him look away with your hands, and it kind of sinks in that omoplata. But Jieleyisi doing a good job, kind of limp arming right here, keeping his head out of the way. And when I say omoplata, people, Nakanishi's trying to get his shin in front of the face of Jieleyisi. Jieleyisi's doing a good job of just nullifying that, kind of trying to stay square to him.
I don't want to get too fancy, but then the go-go plata comes into play as well, if he can get it under it. What?
Wow.
Let's go. Move back.
Really?
That's an interesting position to stand it up, because you're in the midst of, as you said, a go-go plata or an omoplata, at least position. The submission maybe it wasn't there, but
yeah,
that was a tricky one.
I can see it from the referee's point of view. But I'm sitting here thinking of go-go plata, any old plata. Again, it's so rare to see them hit in mixed martial arts at the highest level.
Any jiu-jitsu player was watching that with their eyes wide open.
Well, it's certainly going to keep this moving, but it's favored Jieleyisi.
Look at Jieleyisi using his hips nicely, elevating Nakanishi.
Oh, straight into the body triangle, but Nakanishi is trying to shift his weight off to the side.
And I really have no idea how these judges are scoring these rounds, John. It seems like both men have had position, both men have had moments.
And that's just it, right? Position, that you need to be doing things with it, but it's hard to say you're losing a contest if your opponent's facing the opposite direction from you. Anyway, that is the end of this semi-final pairing. Some really high-level stuff in there. Both had success as well. And we're going to take a look at some of the action from the contest.
All right, we take a look at this right hand that I spoke about. Look how he kind of pulled down the guard with his lead left, laced in that right hand over the top. I mean, it was beautiful. The right hand was the punch for him throughout this fight. You see it again, just going back to it. Jieleyisi really had his moments. You saw this throughout the series today. A lot of guys using the shoulders against the fence, and it was the elbows that I liked. Anytime they were pummeling against the fence, Jieleyisi did a nice job. Watch him elevate on the wrestler, using his hips, getting him up in the air, bringing him back down to the mat for a mat return.
So who will advance to the finals? Will it be that man, Bargeng, Jieleyisi, or that man, Toki Nakanishi? Well, the scorecards are in. They are in the hands of Justin Bernard. Let's see who's progressing to the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score the contest 29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision and advancing to the finals, Bargeng Jieleyisi.
All right, guys, I'm here with your winner, Bargeng Jieleyisi. Bargeng, this was a grappling heavy match, but that right hand was able to find the target very early in this fight.
对，我赛前的战术就是1-2，然后我的后手。
Yeah, my game plan is use my 1-2, and especially my heavy right hand is my game plan.
Was there anything about the style of your opponent that surprised you tonight?
对手有没有什么让你感到吃惊的？今天晚上？
对，他的意志力很好，到第2局、第3局的时候一直冲着摔。
Yeah, definitely he's very aggressive, and his cardio, especially in the round 2 and round 3, he's just keep going.
Well, with a win there, you now advance to the finals in the bantamweight division. You will be taking on Su Young-yu. Your thoughts on your opponent?
那你现在进到决赛了，你的对手的话是韩国的刘秀英，你对他是什么看法？
来呗，到决赛到澳门，然后我们见，我会赢下他。
Yeah, just come on. I'll see you in Macau. I'll win the contract.
Congratulations on the victory. Your opponent, guys, put your hands together for your winner, Bargeng Jieleyisi. And his opponent that he'll be facing in the bantamweight finals, Su Young-yu.
All right. Well, the gentlemen have had a good close look at one another there. They are your finalists. Su Young-yu of South Korea will be taking on Bargeng Jieleyisi of China. Very much looking forward to some high-level action between those 2 bantamweights. So the 125ers and the 135ers have booked their spots in the final. Coming up next, more fights. 4 more in the Road to UFC tournament, this time between the strawweights and the featherweights. Here how it looks. We kick off with 2 women who have met previously, Fong Xiaoan and Miki Motono. Japan's Shin Haraguchi came close as a lightweight last season. Can he go better as a featherweight? Will have to pass Chu Kung-tie. Former training partners Dong Huaxiang and Shi Ming make up an all-China affair, and the featured bout is between featherweights China's Shi Bin and Japan's Masato Kawana. Keep it locked right here on UFC Fight Pass, because we have more fights coming right up. Congratulations to all of those winning in the flyweights and the bantamweights. We will see them in November in Macau. Right now, we're going to get ready for more semi-final matchups. We're in the fight capital for the semi-finals of the Road to UFC. Dreams are both made and shattered here in Vegas, and the tension is high as 10 UFC hopefuls are jonesing to show their fighting talents and battle their way towards a UFC contract. It's tournament time, and only the best will progress. Live from the UFC Apex in Las Vegas, you're watching the Road to UFC Semi-Finals. Good evening, fight fans, and welcome Octagon side. John Gooden, delighted to be alongside a man who's still basking in the glory of a recent victory, Michael Chiesa. Michael, you know what it's like to have that adrenaline coursing through your veins. I'm sure you've still got those fight feels right now. What are the men and women that are backstage right now feeling?
Well, right now they are in the fight capital of the entire world. This is the mecca of combat sports. We are in Las Vegas. We are at the Apex. So many legendary fights have gone down here, and we are in the semifinals, the most important round of any tournament. You are one win away from getting closer to your dreams. And some of the powers that be are here. Sean Shelby is in attendance, and the first half of this card lacked a finish. So if somebody can go out there and wow the crowd with the finish, get in the good graces of the bosses, get into the finals, you're setting yourself up for success.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to calling the action with you. And we have a third member of our broadcast team as well, Mackenzie Pavicic. Mackenzie, you got some notes for us on the women's strawweight brackets.
Absolutely, John. And as we ready to welcome these strawweight semifinalists to the Octagon, I have to take a moment to highlight the #2 ranked strawweight, Yan Xiaoan, who you'll see this evening in the corner of Feng Xiaotan. Now, I spoke with Yan yesterday about how this came to be, and it turns out that Feng's team sent her to Team Alpha Male last week to acclimatize and knowing the depth of Chinese talent that trains there. Now, Yan has never really met her before, but she recognized her from the regional scene. She had watched some of her training sessions, and when asked, she agreed to help Feng cut the weight and corner her this evening. Now, we know the former title challenger to be a pioneer of Chinese MMA, but this really speaks to how much of a priority growth is in China, that the #2 ranked strawweight in the world would corner someone who could potentially be an opponent of hers in the future. Now, of course, having someone move through Fight Week with you who knows the ins and outs of a UFC Fight Week, knows fighting in Las Vegas, I would imagine, guys, that it gives Feng quite the advantage this evening.
Thanks, Mackenzie. Great notes there. Okay, let's take an overall look at the strawweight brackets. Feng Xiaotang looked pretty formidable as she dominated Kiran Singh to book herself a spot against her old foe, Miki Motono of Japan. It will be China versus China, and former training partners as Shay Ming and Dong Hua Xiang fight for a place in the final. And here's what their featherweight bracket looks like. Shay Bin and Masato Kawana will contrast their styles in the featured bouts. Chu Kung Tie threw everything and the kitchen sink at Ando to earn his spot here today. He will face more Japanese opposition in last year's lightweight finalist, Shin Haraguchi. So, Michael, the night will recap with the featherweights. Sorry, it will wrap with the featherweights. Shay Bin had a crack at Danni White's Contender Series and also Season 2 of the Road to UFC, but he's definitely showing improvements that could take him all the way.
He's shown a lot of improvements in his composure and his comfort inside the octagon. He's a very, very smooth striker with submissions up his sleeve, and he's facing a wrestler, and this is a man that's got 3 Darce chokes to his name, 3 Darce choke wins. So you know if Kawana shoots low level and leaves his neck out there, it's gonna be bins for the taking. This is a very, very well-rounded fighter, John.
But he faces Kawana, a tough, durable wrestler buoyed by Japan's success in the Olympics, and also he brings an iron will to win.
Oh, he brings in an iron will to win, and he's just got high amplitude throws. When this man gets his hands locked, you are going for a ride, and if he doesn't take you for a ride, he is gonna drag you to the mat. And in his last fight, he was tested on the feet, and he said that was the test that he needed to get him to welcome these tough fights. Now that he embraces the battle, he feels the pressure off his shoulders. He anticipates every fight is going to be the toughest fight of his life going forward.
Well, it seems like the tournament is bringing out the very best in these fighters. Here is the fight card all laid out. We'll kick outside of the tournament with Jonathan Piersma and Samandar Murodov, and then we'll alternate strawweights and featherweight semi-finals, which will conclude all the brackets. But first, let's remind ourselves of the rules of the Octagon. So, 3 judges will score the bout. The bout duration is 3 5-minute rounds. Our featured bouts also 3 5-minute rounds. A 10-point must scoring system is in effect. The round winner gets 10 points. His or her opponent gets 9 or fewer. Judges are going to be judging these fights based on effective striking and grappling. Then they go down the criteria to aggression and, if needed, octagon control. Also, there is a possible sudden victory 4th round if the tournament fights are even after 15 minutes. All right, first up, a non-tournament bout at welterweight, and there is Jonathan Piersma from New York, running a 3-fight win streak, took this fight on short notice. Has faced tough opposition in the past, Michael, with Charles Radke at CFFC back in 2022. He had a really tough debut main event for LFA, made a mistake, got caught. You know, just lost out to a better man that night, but coming in strong with a 3-fight win streak. It's a big night for him. And there's a man that we've seen before here at Road To UFC, Samandar Murodov, undefeated at 10-0, finished 7 of his 10 wins and can get it done absolutely anywhere. I noted that he went out to the UK, spent some time on the mats at Renegade Jiu-Jitsu, which is home to former UFC champion Leon Edwards. So let's see what wrinkles he's added to his game. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape for this welterweight contest. Tajikistan's Murodov is a younger man by 4 years. He's also 2 inches taller than the American, which helps him to a 2-inch reach advantage. The notable news yesterday was that Piersma's weight miss was by 3 pounds and is subsequently forfeit 20% of his purse. And now for the introductions, here's Justin.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Road to UFC Season 3 Semi-Finals. Live from the UFC Apex, Las Vegas, Nevada, USA. The stage is set, the contracts are on the line, and the road to UFC starts now. This fight is a non-tournament bout and is 3 rounds in the welterweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's a mixed martial artist holding a professional record of 10 wins, 0 losses. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 170 pounds. Fighting out of Dushanbe, Tajikistan, Samandar Murodov. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He's a grappler, holding a professional record, 9 wins, 2 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing in at 174 pounds. Fighting out of Rochester, New York, USA, Jonathan Warhawk Piersma. And when the action begins, your referee in charge, Herb Dean.
Octagon Ranger for this bout, Herb Dean. Samandar Murodov. He takes on Jonathan Piersma. All set for a maximum 3 5-minute rounds of welterweight action.
Ready.
Murodov in the grey, Piersma in the red. They touch him up and get straight to it. A late addition to the Road to UFC card for both men, but we've seen Murodov before. Second time he's been called up with 10 days notice, but he's always in the gym every day. Told me he's young and has nothing else to do.
Take your jacket off, get comfortable.
Settle in.
Right away, you see Murodov chopping at the legs. I anticipate him here soon to put up the jab, pull up the hands, and shoot the double leg, just like that. Look at that beautiful outside trip from Murodov. And this guy does such a good job. He'll keep his head low, he'll get his butt high, and look to see him start to backstep, look to see him knee cut and get some passes.
He's got to be careful of his neck here, but he shuts that off. Murodov, 10 victories, 0 losses, and last time we saw him, October 2023, here on the Road to UFC, he got a first-round submission. He was a bit frustrated that he would need to do more to come back. They thought it might be administrative issues, visas, etc. So he went out there, he got himself a visa so that he can compete internationally, as evidenced by being here.
And that first Road to UFC fight was on 9 days' notice as well.
Yeah.
So this is a guy that's always prepared. He's always in the gym. And the fact that he can make weight on that short of notice is impressive, especially traveling stateside where your body starts to hold a lot of water. A lot of guys struggle cutting weight on short notice when you got to travel across the pond.
So Murodov has identified the jiu-jitsu of Piersma, so, but he still believes he's better. And clearly engaging on the ground, he's showing no fear in those ranges.
No, he's not afraid of anybody. I mean, in 2 fights ago, he challenged one of Charles Oliveira's training partners and handled him with relative ease. Granted, the fight went 3 rounds, but he was able to stick to his game, work the jab, get to the takedown, and when this guy gets to your back, there's no shaking him. He is literally a human backpack. But as we can see here, Piersma gets back to his feet. For Piersma, the way his game works, John, is he doesn't shoot explosive shots. He almost dives and gets himself extended, where he has to kind of wrestle back up to get to a position to get a takedown. So he almost kind of throws himself at his opponents, whereas you see Murodov's just a lot more polished in the wrestling department.
So just a note about these non-tournament bouts. They are still a gateway to the UFC. Tomorrow we're going to see Wang Tong, who is a former opponent of Valentina Shevchenko. She actually has a win over her in kickboxing. She showed out in the quarterfinals this season and immediately got signed by the promotion. She makes her official UFC debut tomorrow, so excited to see what she can bring to the UFC roster.
Yeah, so same with Zhang Yingling. It's just another case of somebody that comes in and gets in that opening slot, gets a finish, and gets to the UFC. Alan alluded to something earlier where he said that this fight is almost like a Dana White Contender Series fight, where you're in the opener on Road to UFC, you're opening up a lane to yourself to potentially get to the UFC with a finish, hence the reason Wang Kong's fighting tomorrow. Piersma looking for a leg here. Murodov savvy to it, getting his knee outside the knee line.
Fingers out the fence.
Murodov looking to pass those legs. Follows him down into that top half guard position again.
Yeah, it's smart of Piersma to not sit on his lulls and get in that referee's position where Murodov can jump on his back. Smart of him to roll back to guard. You do not want to get Murodov on your back. He is so sticky when he gets to that backpack position. He's so hard to get off of you.
Just
I mean, when you train with Renat Fakhreddinov,
I was literally about to say the very same thing. And to give some context to where he's training, he is alongside Renat Fakhreddinov, as Michael was just about to say, which I'm happily stealing from him.
I have a feeling we're going to do that a lot tonight. We're just so in sync, John.
Oh, there you go.
And about the chapstick thing, I didn't put my lips on it for the record.
Sharing notes, sharing chapsticks. It's all happening here at Road to UFC.
Right here, Murodov, he should backstep with his right leg right now. And he does, but he's kind of sitting guillotine, but
he's got to be careful grabbing that fence. That is the 3rd time I've seen him do it. I think the 2nd time he's been caught by Herb Dean.
Well, and he potentially threw away this round because there's been a lot of exchanges going back and forth, and I feel like if Piersma can end this round on the back, I feel like he could walk away with round 1. Granted, it was very close.
Well, let's see what he's got. For me, I think he's got a threat of submission.
Or just land some short shots.
Oh, here we go. Oh, he's got a good squeeze here, but that top hand is accessible for Murodov. Last 10 seconds. That's the end of the opening round. A half submission attempt, we'll call that, by Jonathan Piersma to close out the first 5 minutes.
You gotta watch this head kick, John.
Yeah.
Is it quick? It looks quick.
It was.
Let's get some water here.
Let me see.
Good? The ice on him.
Big breath, big breath, big breaths. You know water.
Yep.
Deep, deep, deep.
John, let's go. Let's go on the feet. You gotta go. He's going first, and he's getting you a little bit more than you'd like.
All right, yeah.
You gotta be first. Get on him. On the ground.
What's everything on the feet?
What do you think on the feet?
Yeah.
Look for that left hook. Set it up.
Okay.
Jab, cross, left hook. Let's go. You know, use that jab, set it up. Don't play the kick game too long. You know, you don't want to play kick game all back and forth.
Yeah.
You know, on the ground, you found that, use it as a sweep. So you're getting to the leg almost every time you want. And he's giving it to you. So take it.
UFC Fight Pass is the exclusive home to global powerhouse combat sports organizations like Cage Warriors, Cage Fury, LFA, and many more. Sign up today to see the MMA stars of tomorrow and access the full history of your favorite organizations in the world's largest combat sports library. Download the UFC app and sign up today for a 35% off for the full year. Big overhand right attempt by Piersma, and then the left connects.
Yeah, that was a nice overhand shot. He drops on the guillotine right now. This could be close, John. That was a beautiful way to set that up. A club and a sub is what we call it. You club him with the punch, you drop him, you jump on the neck. He's got a good bite on this, John. The fact that Murodov's rolling over to his back tells me that he's got a nasty bite on that guillotine right now.
He's not letting that control go. Murodov's doing a really good job of getting his hips back. Oh, that's excellent work there by Murodov. Clearly, you were talking about fighting Charles Oliveira's main training partner. Like, you know you're going to have to prepare for submission escapes. And he's carried that to tonight.
Absolutely. And one thing I like that he was doing is back there, when Piersma was on his butt, you can see that he was hovering with his head above his. That's almost setting a trap for your opponent, where if they want to work their way up, you could jump on the neck. If they turn their back, you can jump on their back, and you can land short shots. It's all about keeping your head above theirs when they're in that seated position on the ground.
So Murodov, just to reiterate, 10-0 at just 24 years young, showing a real high level of skill here against Jonathan Piersma, two-time regional welterweight champion from New York, currently running a 3-fight win streak, faced tough opposition throughout his career.
That was a big mistake from Piersma. He should have got his right hip to the fence to close off that space so Murodov couldn't get that right hook in, but he left just a little bit of space. Murodov was able to throw in that right hook. Now he's fighting off the back. But this, I mean, there's little victories within the fight when you're fighting a guy like Murodov, when you can fend him off from getting to your back and holding that position, because that is where he's so dominant. So there's little battles you can win within the fight if you can keep this guy from sinking in those hooks and getting into that back control position.
I don't like mentioning things like this, but Piersma did miss weight yesterday.
Well, that's just the reality, John.
Yeah.
I mean, it's we don't got to hide it from the world. We got to let him know, hey, this guy missed weight. And that's kind of puts a little asterisk next to your name if you get the better of Murodov in this fight, because, hey, those 3 extra pounds, that's a chore to get off of you, to say the least. And this guy traveled from all the way around the world and made weight on 9 days' notice, 10 days' notice. Let's just say less than 2 weeks, but nonetheless,
8 hours of travel.
And he still made weight.
And Piersma looks like a big boy. He has a bigger frame than Murodov.
Yes. I like what Murodov's doing right here. He's controlling that right wrist, using that left hand just to soften up Piersma with some ground and pound. Get him to open up a little bit. You can tell Piersma was intimidated to fight the hands and get to his feet. Sorry about that, John.
Oh, good. Wardrobe malfunction there for Piersma.
Piersma's cakes are about to fall out of his shorts. And there he is. He's about to explode to his feet, but Murodov wise to it, locks his hands, and Piersma looking for a Granby.
Good job by Murodov to roll with him.
Piersma had an opportunity when he hit that Granby to almost sit the corner and try to hit a switch. A lot of times when you hit that switch and your opponent follows you, if their hands are locked, you can drop your hand in between their legs and try to cut that corner and hit the switch, but Murodov was wise to it and was able to maintain that back control.
So Murodov, no hooks in, but he's striking. Piersma just keeping everything tight.
Piersma tried to explode to his feet, and Murodov just locked his hands and drug him down. And honestly, this is a better position for Piersma, because you could tell he was intimidated to come out of that turtle guard position and attack a stand-up to his feet. So he's got a better odds going to his guard, where he can start to attack some submissions, get some of that submission offense going on the ground.
But he's trying to attack the heel, but Murodov just keeps grabbing at the fence. Piersma's got a good bite on this.
He does got a good bite on it. He's got to turn his right hip over.
And then he's opted to sit back up.
Yeah, Herb's got to call a point next time. If you're going to go as far as to rip his hand out of the fence, you got to just take a point at that juncture.
Well, I think we're going to see him have a stern talking to between rounds for sure.
Yes.
Because Piersma was really deep in on that. And that is the end of the round. Let's take a look at this
All right,
fence grab
guys.
and see how
This
much
is
it
where we
had
thought we might be.
effect on the play.
I mean, this was really bad. Look, the fact that he was able, which doesn't make sense, is there's no point to him grabbing the fence because he's trying to lean his weight back and sit on the mat. So I don't
Some
get why he's
water in
trying
there
to
so we
sit
get
down
around?
while holding the fence. He could have just
You
held
don't have to get
himself
it
up
down here.
without grabbing
You know
the
what
fence.
I'm
It
saying?
kind of didn't make sense for him.
You rocked him. He fucking went down.
I know.
Yes.
You control where the fight happens.
If you don't want, if you rock him again, make him stand up and slow again. You know what I'm saying?
You control where the fight happens.
You get the leg whenever you wanted to. You got the leg, and you were able to sweep him. Go for it every time. You cannot let him get into the back.
super strong, but I can't get him off my
I
back.
understand.
UFC 306 Riyadh season noche will be a night to remember. Bantamweight champ Sean O'Malley will try to defend against Georgian cardio machine Marabchalishvili. Plus, Grasso versus Shevchenko to settle the trilogy for flyweight gold. Purchase UFC Noche now and receive a special offer of $10 off if you buy before September 9th at espnplus.com/ppv.
Do not do it again.
Well, we predicted it might happen. Herb Dean summons the translator to the octagon to issue a very hard warning to Murodov for the fence grabs. Rightly so as well. He is lucky, in my opinion. But let's put that behind us. Third and final round. Let's see what these boys have got.
Murodov starting to get behind that jab. If I'm Piersma, I'm going to try to keep this fight on the feet. He's a polished grappler himself. He's had some good submission attacks. He's had some good moments on the ground against Murodov, but he's down 2-love. It's time for him to start letting those hands go. He's got to really get himself back in this fight, probably get a finish, John.
Piersma just launched himself through the air, just wide open. Like, I know you've got to take some risks, but, I mean, he was lucky he didn't get clocked by Murodov.
Yeah, you know, I think it's better for him to keep his feet on the ground and just lean on those punches. He's got good punches when he throws with confidence. At times in the past, I've seen he can throw this chin a little bit high, but when he keeps that chin tucked, and he's responsible with his hands, he's got big power. I mean, he's a big boy.
Murodov on a single dumps Piersma onto his back. But Piersma, brown belt in jiu-jitsu, doing a good job with his guard work. Fatigue showing on both sides.
Yeah, and look to see, you know, Murodov's going to be very content sitting in this guard position, landing ground and pound. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to ride out the win. This is a grueling fight on short notice. Got to cut weight, long travel. I know he said he acclimated, John, but still, it's a tall order to come in here on short notice. First fight in the United States. You're in the UFC Apex. This guy's a cool customer, but I guarantee you, with all the travel and the short notice he's been through, I guarantee he's battling some nerves right now.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, you know, the thought of a UFC contract potentially on the line. You've got to put on a performance. He's been here before. Last time out, he got a round 1 submission and did not get that contract. This one is edging towards a decision. So a little bit of urgency, I'm sure, if Murodov can bring it about. But Piersma, very opportunistic grappler.
Yeah, opportunistic is the best way to put it. For Murodov, he's got to open up. I think he's an incredible fighter. He's very young, he's got a bright future, but if he wants that contract when he leaves this octagon tonight, he's got to walk out of there with a finish, John. Like, if I'm him right now, I'm looking to stuff the knee or let him attack a submission. Let him attack a triangle so he can stack past him, get to an advantageous position, and funnel this guy into giving up his back where you can get into your wheelhouse and try to get a choke. 2 minutes is a lifetime for both of these guys. Both of these guys are exhausted. Both of these guys are tired. But you got to use the next 120 seconds to get on the gas and get after your dreams. You are one submission away from getting to the big show.
Good job by Piersma to avoid having his back taken.
Come on.
So Herb Dean hustling the fighters along. Nice up kick by Piersma. Oh, here we go. Let's see what we can do here. Piersma does well to turtle up, but Murodov catches him. He's on his back once again, 1:30 to work.
This is his best back take he's got in this fight, but if I'm him, I would look to lock up the body triangle right now because as you can see, Piersma steps over with his left leg. Now all he has to do is scoot his hips to the left and heist into him and get back on top. If I'm Murodov, I'm locking in that body triangle. I'm gonna land short shots. I'm gonna soften him up. I'm gonna try to get that submission. But he just opened up a lane for Piersma to get back on his feet. Now Piersma's got his hands on a Kimura.
There's also a straight arm lock as well, if he can find it, but Murodov again looking for the back. Piersma did a great job last time to get his shoulders to the mat.
Not a lot of steam on these punches, John. I mean, we're not seeing a lot of urgency. And look, I don't want to be too hard on the guy. Like I said, hate to beat a dead horse. Short notice, traveled halfway across the way. He's probably gassed, but gotta put some steam on those shots. At least put an exclamation mark on this fight if you're going to go the full 15 minutes.
Last 25 seconds, and once again, Murodov has found the back. Piersma with good defensive strategies, and then once again he gets his shoulders to the mat.
Nice escape from Piersma. Might be too little too late. He can drop guillotine. Just to say he went for it.
Last couple of seconds, and that's the end of the contest. It goes to the judges as Murodov helps Piersma back to his feet. We will see how they have this one, and then what the future will look like for both fighters. Little shake of the head there by Murodov.
As you can see here, Murodov got his hands locked, traps the hip, gets the takedown over Piersma, and right here you can see landed some short shots underneath the armpit, showing some really good control. And right here you can see softening up the body, looking to come over the top with that right hand. You know, you got to give him his flowers still. He walked away with the W, keeps his 0 intact, 11-0. Still a very, very bright prospect, but, you know, I was really hoping for him to go out there and get the finish and join the roster because this guy is quite the talent, John.
Piersma's tough, very tough indeed, very savvy to the submission attempts and could counter a lot of the control elements as well. So let's see what's next for Samandar Murodov. But first, let's see how the judges have it. Here's Justin.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score the contest 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision, Samandar Murodov.
So congratulations to Samandar Murodov. Stretches to 11-0 professionally, just 24 years young. He will go back east to regroup, and we're excited to see what's next for him. Hopefully, in his mind, he will be added to the welterweight roster. Our first women's semi-final tournament bout is coming right up. One of these ladies will take one step closer to a dream come true UFC contract. Fong Xiaoan needed just 2 minutes and 3 seconds to punch her ticket to the Road to UFC Semi-Finals, and she would like nothing better than another furious finish against old rival Miki Motono.
Last October, an eagerly awaited bout between China's Fong Xiaoan and Japan's Miki Motono saw Fong emerge with a 3-round submission victory. Tonight, they will meet again with the stakes even higher as they both attempt to move 1 win closer to a place on the UFC strawweight roster.
リベンジ戦になるので、前回よりも、UFC もかかっているので熱い戦いになると思います。
我觉得这一次比赛会更精彩，因为上一次有过交手之后，就是彼此会更了解，所以打的可能会更主动一些。
22-year-old southpaw Fong Xiaoan is not just one of the top prospects in the Road to UFC tournament, but she's also one of the youngest, proving that while her talent has already put her, I believe the best is still to come from the highly touted 115-pound prospect.
我不惧怕任何的挑战，因为我觉得每一场比赛对我来说都是一种学习跟进步。
A former deep jeweled champion who has established herself in her home country as a star on the rise, Miki Motono is battle-tested against her fellow strawweights, and though she wants to test herself even more in the UFC, her only focus right now is on evening the score with Fong Xiaoan.
今夜私が勝ちます。なぜならリベンジ戦で燃えているのと UFC に行きたい気持ちが誰よりも強いので今夜は必ず勝ちます。
Motono, this rematch against Fong is about redemption in more ways than one. In January, a 7.5 magnitude earthquake rocked her home in Ishikawa Prefecture, and the 30-year-old actually thought about quitting MMA entirely to return home to help her family, but she realized making it to the UFC is actually the most impactful thing that she could do. Now armed with extra motivation, she told me when we last spoke, she hopes people recognize in this fight her style, which represents the people of Ishikawa, one that never gives up and always comes back stronger.
You know, and for Miki Motono, when you go back and watch her first fight with Fong Xiaotan, she had a lot of success. She did a really good job in the grappling department. You know, she was passing the guard. She had really good hip awareness and scrambling positions. And she was doing very, very good taking down the taller fighter. She gives up a 5-inch height advantage and a 3-inch reach disadvantage. So you can tell she was a little bit intimidated by the size and frame of Fong Xiaotan. So she really didn't commit to her strikes, but when she committed to her grappling, she had a lot of success. And up until the fight was finished, John, I had her pegged winning that fight.
Yeah,
I had her up
right.
2-0. So I feel like if she can come into this second fight motivated and confident in her striking skills while still sticking to the things that she was successful in the first fight, I think that's a recipe to potentially walk out of this octagon with the win.
Well, speaking with her earlier this week, she definitely dissected that fight and looked at all of the, so just looking at that prep point there, looking at all of the different aspects from the movement, positional awareness, and just dialing everything in that she needed to. Spent a few weeks out at Tiger Muay Thai in Thailand, then went back home to AACC, where she put it all together back in Japan. So the little rascal, Miki Motono, comes into this one looking to even the score. That is motivation in itself, but of course, this is our first semi-final bout of episode 6. A UFC contract is just 2 fights away. And here walks Fong Xiaotan, who looked really impressive in the quarterfinals against Kiran Singh. She got a round 1 TKO, Michael, 22 years young, tall at the weight, but you know, facing the same opponent again, the same opponent that she faced just before she came into the tournament. It's a very unique situation. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays any kind of psychological factor.
Yeah, it's not only 1, but 2 fighters that she had wins over coming into this tournament. But listen, in the first fight, you could tell she was really sitting down on her punches and really kind of hunting for the KO. You could tell she was getting herself out of position a little bit, looking for those big knockout shots. But listen, she's got a very big frame for the weight class. Very long, she chambers a lot of power, and everything she throws has very bad intentions. But she said that she worked on her deficits in her time away, which would be the grappling. Even though she won the first fight by triangle, she definitely got out-wrestled a little bit. She got her guard passed, and she would do a good job defending takedowns, but instead of cutting away and getting back to the center of the cage, she would just hang onto the front headlock, and that would give Motono the opportunity to stay attached to her, crawl back into these takedowns, and stay on top.
All right, well, let's take a look at the tape of the tape for the strawweight semi-final. Lots of differences to consider at 22. China's Fong is 8 years younger. She also towers Japan's Motono by 5 inches. And Fong will fight with a 3-inch reach advantage. With the official introductions, here's Justin.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the Road to UFC Women's Strawweight Semifinals. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, she's a freestyle fighter holding a professional record, 8 wins, 4 losses. She stands 5 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 116 pounds. Fighting out of Tokyo, Japan, Miki Motono. And now introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She's a Sanda fighter, holding a professional record of 9 wins, 2 losses. She stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 116 pounds. Fighting out of Guangzhou, China, Fong Xiaoan. And when the action begins, your referee in charge, Chris Tione.
Octagon official for this one, Chris Tione. There we see Miki Motono facing off against an old foe in Fong Xiaoan. All set for a maximum 3 5-minute rounds of action. However, if the fight ends a draw, we'll move to a sudden victory 4th round to decide a winner. This for a spot in the finals in November in Macau. Fong Xiaoan is in the red, Motono is in the gray. Motono told us this week she needs to move laterally in both directions.
She's never struggled with her lateral movement. In the first fight, there was a lot of movement. It's just about, you gotta commit to getting into that striking range. You cannot be afraid of the power in the range. When you're fearful of the power, that's when bad things happen. You gotta be confident.
I wonder what the nerves are like for Motono, as she never got to express herself in the quarterfinals. She got a bye into the semi-finals. The positive, she never took any damage and was able to double down on the camp. But this is a big stage, a different stage to what she's been used to.
Yeah, you know, you want to get out there and wet your whistle with a little bit of combat, you know, shake off the rust and get in there a little bit. And a fun little fact about Motono, I actually shared the training with her, training room with her at Syndicate MMA.
That's right,
She spent some time training under John Wood, who's a brilliant coach, who's coached the likes of Zhang Weili, Joanne Calderwood, some of the best female mixed martial artists we've ever seen, but I was never aware of it. It was brought to my attention, so I hope we didn't bump into each other in sparring.
Well, right now, Fong is taking charge of the center of the octagon, obviously the taller fighter.
And Motono's definitely going hard to the left. Look to see Fong Xiaoan load up with the right hand and then throw a clothesline left hook. That would be a good way to corral her back in front of you and try to get her to stay on a straight line.
Oh, before I forget, Yan Xiaonan in the corner of Fong Xiaoan.
Oh.
Spent a little bit of time over at Team Alpha Male. Mackenzie's report was telling us. I believe she was there in 2023 as well. Obviously a great addition to her preparation, which is typically done back home at Chunbo Mixed Martial Arts.
Fong Xiaoan starting to feint the jab, starting to feint the hook. She's got to do some stuff to get Motono thinking. And look at that nice opportunistic takedown for Miki Motono. She catches the kick, rushes.
Yeah,
Stop! Yeah,
she's grounded.
Yeah, very grounded, all 4 points. I kind of paused for a second because I had to look at the position. I'm like,
yeah,
was she grounded? I couldn't really tell.
Anything other than the soles of the feet.
Take your time. Well, I'd be interested though, John, because look, what if her hands were on the ankle? Like, look, let's see. If her hands are on the ankle, is she really down? Because she's holding Xiaotan's foot on the ground, but the left hand touched. But if she did keep the hands on the ankles, is that really a grounded opponent if you're holding her opponent down?
You're weight bearing.
It's hard to say.
Her hand was
because that is
it's kind of muddy water.
Just when I think that all of the situations have played out, I'm going to have to go and speak to my man, Mark Goddard.
Yeah. I'm going to have to, my next, when I'm in the back locker room getting ready for my fight, hey, if I'm grounded, am I grounded if I hold their foot down?
Yeah.
Interesting, though. I mean, you could make the argument that it's not grounded.
Time in. Fight!
Well, there's something you haven't got contact with the canvas.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. You might be onto something, Nick. Yes.
Might be onto something like revolutionizing the sport like Leon Edwards did with his takedown defense. I've been waiting for you to bring him up, John.
Okay, yeah, I'm holding it back.
That has to give Motono some confidence, though. She got a takedown. She was able to capitalize on the attacks of Fong Xiaoan. So this is a good opportunity for her to get in the striking range and get a little more comfortable.
Sorry, what do you think about this? They started the fighters back straight. He didn't put the back on the flat. And Motono she picked the kick and took her down there. So I don't know if she was given the choice.
That's got to be something that's kind of on your coaches to be like, hey, you know, pipe up, like, hey, we want our position back. And as a fighter, you kind of get lost in the fight, and it's very important to stay focused. That could break your focus if you're like, hey, you know, I want my position back.
Yeah.
You know, some fighters don't have the wherewithal to not deviate their concentration from the fight to trying to get a position back. That's on the coaches.
Yeah.
And I'm not casting heat towards Motono's coaches. I'm just saying if that's a position they wanted back, somebody should have spoke up from the corner.
Yeah. And you'll often get people who are intimidated by the environment as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to action. So many things at play here, little threads of narrative. Oh, that's a nice one too from Fong.
That was really nice. And Motono, this is great for her to come back into range. Before that, she landed a nice left hook, landed a lead low kick, back to the left hook. Now she's starting to get into range, starting to throw some strikes. You can't hang out on the outside at the end of Fong Xiaotan's reach. You got to get in there. You got to get your head in the party. You got to get in that kickboxing range and land some strikes to set up the takedowns. You can't just sit and wait for a kick to come for you to catch and be opportunistic and get your takedowns.
Yeah, well, Motono said that she was barely able to walk after their first meeting. Such with the leg kicks from Fong Xiaotan. She really is an imposing figure, isn't she, Fong Xiaotan?
Gosh, she is. The way she kind of stutter steps, gets kind of heavy on her lead leg and pumps that lead hand. It just makes you think something big's coming. So it's no wonder Motono's circling to the left, circling away from the power, because when that imposing stance, that imposing movement, makes it hard for a fighter to want to get on their front foot and start to engage in the striking. Even if you are trying to get the fight to the ground, the best segue to wrestling is striking.
Just 22 years of age. Is a representative of China. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt as well. Last few seconds in this opening round. Nice way to finish for Fong.
Make sure you're going and putting up your hands and getting in there. Is she scary? She's scary, right? Listen up. Let's make up some ground.
Breathe. Breathe. Make sure to be accurate. Just jab, jab, jab.
UFC Fight Pass is the exclusive home to global powerhouse combat sports organizations like Cage Warriors, Cage Fury, LFA, and many more. Sign up today to see the MMA stars of tomorrow and access the full history of your favorite organizations in the world's largest combat sports library. Download the UFC app, sign up today, get a 35% discount for the year. Here we go, round number 2. Reminder, Motono is wearing the gray, Fong is wearing the red. These two fighters have met before. It is back-to-back fights for Motono, facing the same opponent as she got a bye in the quarterfinals after Fire Huang missed weight. And she's made a good account for herself so far. Bit of a complex opening round with some referee intervention as well.
I'd like to see Fong Xiaotan open up a little bit. I'd like to see her start pumping the jabs, start pumping the teep kicks. Don't be so weary of the takedown. Get your offense going. She is winning, but not handedly. It's like, look, you could cruise to a victory, but wouldn't you want to send a message to the fighter you're going to face in the finals? Go out there, hunt her down. Even if you don't get a finish, throw big shots, be imposing. I mean, she's got such a good frame for the weight class.
Yeah.
She's got big power. Start to let that power go. Start to open up a little bit.
Oh my goodness, those kicks are pretty ferocious, and Motono's lead right leg is definitely changing color.
That was a nice overhand right from Fong Xiaotan, or overhand left, excuse me. And that's what she's got to do. When Motono lands a leg kick and retreats, you got to take the space away. Get back in her face, but use the jab. Get back in her face. Make her very uncomfortable. Make her start to take panic shots. You don't want her setting up her shots. You want her to take panic shots. I think I'm just being greedy because Fong Xiaotan's so good, and I just want to see her start letting loose with that offense. I want to see her get back to that finishing that we saw in the opening round of the tournament.
Southpaw, southpaw. Oh my goodness,
there it
that
was.
is a combination right there. And she keeps it going. Motono does not want a piece of that. Oh, wow.
This is what I want to see from Fong Xiaotan.
Oh yeah, gas mark 6 here for Fong Xiaotan.
I think she heard me. There was a harsh criticism. I hope she doesn't come at me with that 3-piece and a kick, because I'm not here for that. I'm just here to call the fight. dare I give the comparison, the movement and the way she stutter steps her feet and throws her fakes and feints, it's a little O'Malley-esque, if you know what I mean. And when you see her start to open up with the offense like that, that kind of backs that up a little bit.
Well, he presented himself in this very building, in that very octagon.
And if she can go out there and get a knockout, like I said in the opening to the show, that's the way to wow the bosses. Punch your way to the finals with the finish. Go out there and show the world how great you are. The people here are dying for a finish. Look, these fighters are incredible, and sometimes great fighters cancel each other out, and you're not going to get the finishes you desire, but this is a great opportunity for Fong Xiaotan to show lightning can strike twice. I beat her once, I can beat her again, and I can do it better than I did the first time.
And not looking negatively, but perhaps if you don't get the contract, but you've put on a heck of a show en route to getting there, and you've got age on your side, for example, like Fong Xiaotan, then you're going to be on the radar, and that opportunity may come a little bit quicker.
You're very correct, and that's a great thing to say as we're looking to our left and we see Forrest Griffin, who's very famous for having a fight with Stephan Bonner, where both guys walked out of the finals with UFC contracts.
Changed everything. We owe a huge debt of gratitude, probably everything, to those two guys.
Yeah. Rest in peace to the late, great Hall of Famer, Stephan Bonner.
Amen.
I was just saying that today, the Ultimate Fighter. I wouldn't be sitting here with you fine gentlemen, John Gooden, Mr. Niner, former pro hockey player, hanging with the boys, calling some fights, making a little cash, baby. I'm living good thanks to the Ultimate Fighter, man. God dang.
Just a reminder, tomorrow, more Ultimate Fighter champions will be crowned. Middleweights and featherweights, very much excited to see how that one shakes up. Two have already been given an opportunity on a UFC fight night as well.
That was a good little sequence from Motono. She finally crashed the space, tried to let loose with a couple punches in close, and here she goes trying to fish for an outside single, but she's got to get something going here. Got to start taking chances. The win's not going to come to you. You just have to go out there and get it.
Oh, that's a nice right.
See, this is what I'm saying. Look at when she leans her head down like that, starts pumping her lead hand. She's got swagger in there, man.
Yeah, yeah. Last few seconds in round number 2. It's been a good round for Fong Xiaotan.
I've had to correct myself saying it a few times. I have the pronunciation written down on about every piece of paper in front of me.
I think there are some very sympathetic listeners right now. You okay?
ちょっと遠い距離。距離遠い？スタンドの距離遠い？
So they're going to make...
うん。
Even if she comes at you, make sure you keep moving. Get in.
もっと打撃行った方がいいですか？
So make sure you pick which way you're going to go. Focus.
Here we go. Look at this nice low kick from Fong Xiaotan. Follows it up with a nice lead hook to a cross. Little three-piece in a soda, as Jorge Masvidal would say. And look at that beautiful lead head kick. And a nice clothesline right hook. That's what I want to see from Fong Xiaotan. I want to see that offense. She's got to open up a little bit. Go out there and get the finish. Sean Shelby's sitting to my left, and there's nothing that he'd love to see more than a big finish right now, John Gooden.
Well, it may be cooking. Third and final round. Who can present the finish? Will it be Miki Motono wearing the gray or Fong Xiaotan in the red? Strong second round for Fong Xiaotan.
Miki trying to get something going from the outside. She was a half a step closer, those punches would have made contact. And that's all she has to do right now, John. She's literally just a half a step out of range. And you got to make that half step towards your opponent to give yourself a chance to land these punches, to start getting yourself back in this fight. Nice 3-2 from Fong Xiaotan. That's her best combination. She loves that lead hook, left cross. Really sits down in that left cross. Very, very long. Covers a lot of distance.
Oh. And Motono, how can she approach this range, because I don't feel like just driving in it is the smartest thing to do, although it's worked pretty well there. Well, as I say that, she's dumped with the whizzer.
Well, but this is what she's been doing, is she's just been waiting for moments where she can capitalize on a kick to crash for a takedown, and that's not a good way to go about a fight. What if Fong Xiaotan didn't throw a single kick? You would be stuck on the outside for 15 minutes eating punches. She's just being opportunistic, waiting for moments to catch a kick, time the kick, and rush the takedown.
That's nice.
That was nice. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
This is offense that she created on her own. This is what she needs to get back in this fight, but she's got to get a finish.
There was that third Dan judo black belt at play. Nice outside trip. She really needs to make this count now.
Absolutely, but right as we say that, Fong Xiaotan's starting to regard. In the first fight, Fong looked a little lost of sorts on the ground. Really just let herself be held down in side control. Really wasn't able to stop Motono from passing, but she gets back to full guard. And you can see the improvements from Fong Xiaotan as she opens up the guard, wall walks back to her feet.
Yeah.
The gaps have been filled. She's showing tonight that she's very much a complete fighter.
Yeah, really good observations, Mr. Chiesa. And of course, the coaches of Fong Xiaotan will be really happy with that. It's not the longest period of time between fights either.
No, not at all. Ooh, that had to feel good. A little shin-on-shin action. Sheesh.
Oh, look at the bruising on the thigh of Motono.
It's always worse the next day. It's the next day when it all starts to set in.
She's trying to snake her way into range, is Motono.
That sequence of her getting the throw had to give her a little bit of confidence. She finally got some offense going that she created on her own. Fong Xiaotan, that is a beautiful combination. Keeps Motono on the outside. Motono taking a desperation shot, trying to dive on the legs.
Fong lurching forward with her big rangy strikes.
She's very big and rangy for the weight class, for sure.
100%. Real stingers as well on the end of the straight punches. Good movement to avoid the attacks of Motono as well. He gets back to that jab that was called for between rounds.
That was a nice shot to the outside single from Motono. Fong Xiaotan, this is where she made the magic happen in the first fight. Had a little half butterfly guard, was able to get the bottom leg out and lock in a triangle. That'd be something else if she was able to do that again.
She's got a wrap on that right arm of Motono.
Oh, here. Here's the muddy water. We're back in it.
Grabbing the laces of Fong Xiaotan. It's an interesting way. Oh, she jumps on the neck.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Straight to mount. So
she might have that, John. That's tight. She might have that. Oh, my gosh. That's tight. That's tight, John. That's tight. She might go out. That's tight.
Motono's gone all in on this.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my goodness.
Wow. She is saved by the buzzer.
Good job.
I mean, well, good job investing in that at the final moment, but not quite enough. And it does go to the judges' scorecards. Fong Xiaotan looks relatively unscathed, truth be said.
Yep. That was a very scary guillotine, to say the least, John. I thought she had, especially because she was a team alpha male, but here's some work from Fong Xiaotan. Beautiful lead hook, left cross, powerful leg kicks, really whipping the kicks. I love the way she reloads that lead hook off the kick.
That was nice.
That was really nice.
Was really nice.
And I just really loved when she'd throw the low kick, how she would reload her punches as she's retracting. But look at how she tries to wrestle up here. Miki Motono locks on the guillotine. You can tell she spent some time with Team Alpha Male because that was nice. I mean, you give her 30 more seconds, we might be having a different conversation, John.
So, will it be Fong Xiaotan, who looked like she was really in the driver's seat for most of that fight. Or will Miki Motono have something to say on the judges' scorecards? We shall find out. The scorecards are with Justin. Let's find out who goes to the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. The judges score the contest 30-27, 29-28, and 29-28 for the winner by unanimous decision and advancing to the finals, Fong Xiaoan.
I'm here with the winner, Fong Xiaoan. Fong, it seemed like the fight was handedly won, and then you got locked into a guillotine choke. I gotta ask you, how tight was that choke at the end of the 3rd round?
就是比赛一直在你的掌控当中，但是第3回合的时候，对手差点拿了一个断头，当时断头紧吗？
我觉得不是很紧，然后我看时间快到了，所以我就在那儿不动，感觉这样会更保险一点。
The guillotine is actually not that tight. I hear the match is gonna over, so I was like stay that position to be safe.
Well, I gotta ask you, you punched your ticket to the finals. Tell me how you're feeling now that you know you're 1 fight away from a UFC contract.
恭喜你晋级到决赛，然后你现在离拿到 UFC 合同就剩1场比赛了，你现在的心情如何？
我觉得非常激动，非常开心，然后距离自己梦想的目标又更近了一步。
Yes, I'm very excited. It's one step closer to my dream.
Well, that was a brilliant win. Give it up for your winner, Fong Xiaoan.
Congratulations to Fong Xiaoan. Looked frightening at times in there against Motono. She stretches to an 8-fight win streak. But the most important thing is she will be traveling to Macau in November and will be fighting for a UFC contract. Congratulations to her. We hope camp goes well. Time now to break some news. Japanese standout Tatsuro Taira will look to keep his undefeated record intact as he takes on Brandon Royval in the headliner here at the UFC Apex on October 12th. Michael Chiesa, I am liking that fight.
I am loving that fight. 2 brilliant prospects in this division. Brandon Royval challenging for the title once before. Taira coming in undefeated, and every time we see him in the octagon, he's better and better and better. He's more well-rounded. And the cherry on top for me is I'm going to be here working the desk that night. So yeah, I'm going to be sitting in this same seat watching that main event.
Yeah, he got creative here in the Apex last time, did Taira. Let's see what he has for Brandon Royval. Tonight, however, it's tournament business, and now the first side of the featherweight final will be decided. Despite the fact that Kongier has nearly 3 times the amount of pro experience that he does, Shin Haraguchi has 4 Road to UFC fights under his belt, giving him the edge in this high-pressure tournament. It's an intriguing clash of styles in the featherweight semi-final between striker Kongier and wrestler Shin Haraguchi. But given their track record in the sport thus far, no matter where this fight ends up, expect both 145-pounders to be chasing a finish in this anticipated matchup.
そうですね。やっぱり自分の得意なところはそういうレスリングを生かして、相手を泥沼に引きずり込むっていうやり方はあるんですけど。でもやっぱり今回はいつも以上にちょっとフィニッシュを意識していきたいなっていうふうには考えてます。
因为我就比他强啊，是不是？虽然说我的地面很菜，但是虐你够了。
With 24 pro fights under his belt, Chinese striker Kongier has a sizable edge in MMA experience over his opponent Shin Haraguchi. But if the Jiangsu product has his way, he'll only need the fists that have produced 12 first-round knockouts to get the job done here at the Apex.
他尝试3次，他尝试100次也没有用，因为他碰到我了。他上一届是被我的好兄弟荣祖给终结了，这次也一样，逃不了的。
A decorated wrestler for his native Japan, 25-year-old Shin Haraguchi has shown world-class potential as a mixed martial artist as well.
with 5 of his 8 professional wins coming by way of knockouts. Tonight, he aims to secure a spot in the featherweight finals with a win over Kongier.
今回は、レスリングはもちろんなんですけど、今まで以上に MMA っていうものを見せて戦いたいなと思います。
So here walks last year's lightweight tournament finalist Shin Haraguchi from Japan. Mackenzie dropped down to 145 pounds for this year's tournament. Very much more his natural weight class. And as we heard there, there's been a real emphasis on not just being a wrestler, but blending his art so that he can go further in this tournament.
Well, yeah, John, this is a classic striker versus grappler matchup with, as you mentioned, the 2020 All-Japan Wrestling champ, Shin Haraguchi. And Michael, you actually understand how hard it is to make it to the national level in wrestling, which I think really speaks to his skills. But it'll be interesting to see if those skills translate in the octagon. And I would be remiss to not mention that half of Haraguchi's wins have come by way of knockout. So he's proven his strength of his stand-up, and it'll be really interesting to see what sort of approach Haraguchi takes in this one, because Kongier is one scary man, especially on the feet.
Man, when I was in high school, the Japanese national team actually came over. We had like a foreign exchange program between our wrestling team in Washington and Japan. The Japan wrestling team came over, and it's safe to say me and the boys got a little mopped up. Those boys over there can wrestle, but when you talk about Haraguchi, this is a guy that when he's in there wrestling, he does so many things correctly that you see a lot of people don't do in MMA. When he shoots his double, he cuts to the corner fast. When he gets to his singles, he'll fake the pipe, bring it up high. There's so many sequences that he hits in his wrestling offense. He is so hard to deal with.
And here walks the hypnotist, Kongier. I'm liking this guy, I like him a lot. And you see on his right shoulder, the man just smiling and nodding to the crowd. That is Rongshu, who won the lightweight tournament bracket. And he beat Shin Haraguchi to earn that title, if you will. So with Rongshu in his corner, a great training partner, Kongier feeling very confident coming into this one. And he is really a thoroughbred athlete. Like the striking's there, the grappling's there. I'm excited to see what he brings tonight.
If that boy can cut a promo, let me tell you what, he was, like he was looking in my eyes when he was doing his pre-fight walkout interview.
Pointing at the camera and stuff.
Yeah, I loved it. But listen, this guy's a very, very fast starter. He's got a piston of a right hand. And we saw that in his fight against Tatsuya Ando. He is just not afraid to get in your face and throw big shots. When we talk to him in the fighter meetings, this is a guy that says, you know, he doesn't like to do anything fancy. He just wants to go out there and get fast knockouts. And you can tell that that's what he wants to do, because he's got 12 first-round finishes to his name. 12 of those wins come by KO. So we're talking, this guy's a fast starter. He wants to get in there, get out, get it done, get it over with. And he's got the power, he's got the skills, he's got the poison personality. You can tell that he embodies this. There's no hard feelings with me and my opponent. I just want to go in there and get first-round knockouts. That's what makes me feel good. That's what keeps him coming back.
For those who watch the quarterfinals, and in particular, Kongier's bout against Tatsuya Ando, well, I mean, he dropped him in the first round, he dropped him in the second round, good body shots. He showed a real mature approach to the fighting after not getting that early finish. 12 first-round finishes out of 19 wins for Kongier, but he's shown he can pace himself with required. Let's see how he shapes up tonight in this semi-final pairing. All right, let's put these boys side by side. And China's Kongier is 3 years more senior at 28, an inch separates the men in height. Kongier, the striking stylist, outreaches Haraguchi by 2 inches. With the official introductions, we go inside to Justin Bernard.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the Road to UFC Featherweight Semi-Finals. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's a wrestler holding a professional record, 8 wins, 1 loss, 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds. Fighting out of Kagoshima, Japan, Shin Haraguchi. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He's a striker, holding a professional record of 19 wins, 4 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 145 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Jiangsu, China, Kongier. And when the action begins, your referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Octagon official for this one, Kerry Hatley.
No.
We have the -140 slight favorite, Shin Haraguchi. China's Chu Kongier.
All right, gentlemen, this is what you work for. You ready? It's good work.
Set for a maximum 3 5-minute rounds of 145-pound action. Possible sudden victory round if we are all square after 3. Haraguchi with a long stance out of southpaw. He will switch it up. He's a national freestyle wrestling champion, All Japan wrestling champ. He's represented Asia in wrestling as well. Coming back, we've got Chu Kongier on a 3-fight win streak. And speaking with his coaches, he has posted all of his best data points coming into this fight. But he does know, Michael, he cannot afford to make one mistake, or otherwise he's just going to have the clock burned, and we're seeing it here. Haraguchi has such a good grip. He's going to eat that clock.
It's crazy to think that Haraguchi made the finals at lightweight last year, and in his last 2 fights at 145 pounds, he definitely has not been the bigger fighter.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be bigger by an inch compared to Chu Kongier, but nonetheless, he doesn't look like he's that much bigger. They look like they're the same size, so I'm saying that, giving Haraguchi his flowers, the fact that he made it to the finals as a lightweight, and he's at the same size, if not smaller, than the opponents he's facing now in his optimal weight class.
So Chu Kongier is really wrapping the knuckles around Haraguchi's face whilst trying to defend this position.
I like that he's going 2 hands on 1. Shout out to Leon Edwards, who really revolutionized the 2-on-1 single leg defense against the fence, John Gooden. Look at that. Chu Kongier cuts away and gets back into his wheelhouse. This is right where he needs to be. He needs to not hold on to his head, he needs to cut away. One thing I noticed about Haraguchi, he kind of points his lead leg, he points his knee away, which is something you don't see often. You'll see guys in a bladed stance, but he almost like drops his knee in his stance. He'll be heavy on his back leg, but he'll kind of turn his knee into this awkward, weird angle. I don't know if it helps him with his shot, but it's something I've never really even seen in wrestling. I saw in the opening moments of the fight, but he just does this weird angle with his lead leg. If I'm a kicker, man, maybe that's why he's doing it. He's just like, take the bait. My knee's turned away. You kick my leg. It's going to give that good contact point. But nonetheless, teach their own.
Haraguchi came in, chin tall, looking for that left hand.
And he'll cover a lot of distance, too. He won't necessarily walk and try to get in the box. Chu Kongier will sit on the outside right here, and he will blitz his way and cover a lot of ground with that right hand, followed up with the straight. Good blitzing combinations, good timing on his shots, as you can see right there, as Haraguchi was trying to close the space, threw a really nice right kick.
Already Haraguchi's wearing it on the left side of his face. But he is closing the distance.
These are small victories for Chu Kongier at this point. The fact that he was able to fend off the takedown, the fact that he was able to shut down the clinch of Haraguchi. Small wins right now, but he's got to continue to gain up these small wins facing the powerful wrestler in Haraguchi, because you know if he gets you to the ground, it's going to be, to say it's hard to get up is a gross understatement.
Yeah, it was a speculative shot from Haraguchi, but he followed it up. And he will continue to do that all night long if he needs to. And even if he's not successful, there's not a lot coming back.
And you can see that Haraguchi's biting on the feints of Chu Kongier right now. Chu Kongier pumped a jab fake and lowered his stance. And you saw both of Haraguchi's hands come down. So he's thinking about the striking right now. You just have to be wary of it, because for Chu Kongier, he knows if he overcommits to a strike, Haraguchi's going to be in on your legs like a lightning bolt.
I wonder what Haraguchi was thinking or thinks about the fact that Chu Kongier's got Rong Zhu in his corner, the man who beat him. He's clearly bitter about it. Is he intimidated, or is he more motivated when he looks across the octagon?
That's a great question. You know, if I'm Haraguchi, What's the best way to have success right now? You know what you do round 2? Start faking that shot, coming up with punches. There's no way you could put Chu Kongier in an uncomfortable position than to force, like, to start getting the better of him and striking. Threaten him with the wrestling, deep fakes. I'm talking touch his legs to where his hands come down, and then you come upstairs with hooks. Start to throw off his game, make your game become unpredictable. But so far, Chu Kongier's been able to see all these wrestling exchanges, all this wrestling offense start coming from a mile away.
Well, for 2 fights now, all of the pre-fight material, the interviews coming back from Haraguchi is how he is needing to blend his arts. And I'm just not seeing a great deal of it. It's very much wrestle first.
Well, it's got to be hard when you're facing such a dangerous striker like Chu Kongier. He's facing the guy with 12 first-round finishes. Easier said than done to start showing the rest of the world what the rest of your skills are when you're facing a guy like that.
And there's 2 more rounds, so maybe I've been a bit hasty.
Don't be so nervous. He don't have any strikes. Just relax. You don't need to worry about his takedown. He won't take you down. So be confident. You don't need to do single strikes. Use the fake and do the combination.
Season 8 of Dana White's Contender Series returned 2 weeks ago, and so far, 8 contracts have been given out. The series that has launched so many UFC careers will run for 10 straight weeks, featuring some of the best rising talent from around the globe, all vying to become a UFC fighter. It's live exclusively on E+, with 10 top prospects competing this Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Got a couple of prospects of our own here competing on the Road to UFC Semi-Final. Both looking to book a spot in the finals, which will take place later this year, November, in Macau. Good start from Chu Kongier, who was told by UFC fighter Rong Chu he has got no strikes, don't be shy.
I'll tell you what, Chu Kongier's got takedown defense. That's got to give him a lot of confidence, and you can tell he's gaining confidence because he opened up that round with a flying knee, closed the space throwing strikes with a little bit more disregard to the wrestling of Haraguchi, and that's what you got to do now. You've thwarted the takedowns, you've seen the best of him. Now that you're a little greased up from the sweat and he's not as fresh, you got to start opening up. Start hunting this man down, start looking, start trying to get yourself a second-round KO instead of a first-round KO.
Well, he'll certainly take that to book his place in the finals. Haraguchi, very useful as well. He's been through this process a number of times before. This is his 5th appearance for Road to UFC. High-level experience as well in wrestling, of course. Fought internationally for Japan and Asia. I'm sure he's been buoyed by the success of Japan at the Olympics as well.
Absolutely.
Can you talk about their medal haul?
Oh, they performed so well. So well, especially their guy that took out Kyle Dake. I mean, that was incredible. Kyle Dake, one of the best wrestlers we've seen from the United States. And Japan's got the winning formula in the wrestling right now. And Haraguchi needs to tap into that a little bit. Needs a little bit of that flavor in this fight because Chu Kongier is definitely thwarting the takedown so far. This is the best takedown attempt he's had so far in this fight, and he still doesn't have it completed yet. What he's doing right now, John, is he's tabling the leg. You can see how he's got the right leg of Chu Kongier on his left hip. That's what we call tabling a single leg, and it makes it to where when you table it, they can't turn away from you and limp leg out because you're holding the ankle on your hip and you can hold the knee with your bottom hand. Keeps them from turning away, locks in their hip, makes it to where you can climb the body and get the takedown, which is what he got right here. And that was great. That was some very, very high-level wrestling from Haraguchi.
Despite all of that, Chu Kongier is halfway back up.
And if Chu Kongier gets back to his feet, we saw Haraguchi try to put together like a 4 or 5 punch combination to set up the takedown. I think he needs to just abandon the wrestling for now and just be confident striking with Chu Kongier and just naturally let Chu Kongier get himself out of position and let your wrestling instincts take over. Instead of thinking of a way to take him down, strike with him and let these opportunities to wrestle naturally present themselves. You have wrestling instincts ingrained with you since you were a child. Lean on them like you did just now in getting this takedown.
Yeah, that was really nice work. So strong and powerful in these positions.
And this is what you don't want. When Haraguchi gets his hands locked, when you're on the ground, he's a problem to deal with.
He is not a submission specialist, however. He is yet to record a submission win professionally.
More of a ground and pound guy.
Yeah. But there is separation. Kongier has the opportunity to do damage.
Well-timed lead knee from Kongier. Attacking that body, throwing a lot of lead side attacks. That's open stance 101. For people back home that don't know what open stance is, that's when one fighter's standing orthodox, the other fighter's standing southpaw. That creates that open stance. And the best offense to throw on your feet is going to be your power strike. So if you're the left-handed fighter, you want to throw your left kick, your left knee, and your left straight. And if you're the right-handed fighter, I'm sure you can figure it out. You want to throw your right-sided weapons. I like how he had the lock on the hip, looked to table that single leg again, and single leg again, and Kongier, man, he's showing he's got the recipe to thwart the wrestling of Haraguchi. He's got good hips, as you can see right there, dropped his hips, good sprawl, used his first line of defense. Your first line of defense in wrestling, John, is your head. Then it's your hands, then it's your hips. Kongier using the first two lines of defense, thwarting that double leg from Haraguchi. But you have too pretty of a face to be stuffing takedowns with your. I don't want you using that as your.
Hey, listen, my face looks as pretty. It's been hardened through years of battle, been beaten up verbally by guys like you.
I'm giving you a compliment.
I'm joking. Last few seconds in round number 2. This one's going to be very interesting if it goes to the judges' scorecards.
I'd say that was the tougher round of the two. I think that second round was very, very close.
Q in the bucket.
It's okay, it's okay. Go, make sure you just go in. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep going after the right leg. Keep going left.
No, no, no!
Drag him off. Drag him
More
off.
actions, more strikes.
Mouthpiece, mouthpiece. Mouthpiece.
Oh boy, there's all sorts of drama in the corner of Kongier. The commission not happy. I don't think he hit the bucket with the water that he expelled from his mouth. And now a little cleanup operation.
I like this guy. I'm liking him more and more.
Who was the fighter with the stool?
Okay, round 3, man.
Oh dear, against Tim Kennedy.
Yoel Romero.
Yoel Romero.
Yeah, I was there for that.
Were you really?
Oh, big drama show, as Gennady Golovkin would say.
Third and final round here in the semi-finals for the featherweight bracket. Shin Haraguchi is in the gray. He has attempted 16. He's been successful 7 times with a takedown. Previously, 13 of 19 attempts, and he tried 22 attempts in the past. So, 20 takedown attempts is not uncommon for Haraguchi. A little wayward shot there.
Okay.
But he's okay.
Hey, what's your straight up kick? Okay, time.
You know, and if I'm Kongier, instead of chasing him down, I'm going to hold back. I'm going to sit on my back foot. You know Haraguchi's going to come to you. He's going to want to wrestle. So look to snipe him a little bit. Let's plant your feet in the canvas. Instead of coming to him, he's going to come to you. You don't have to go chase him down. Haraguchi has to press you to get the takedown. So you dig your feet in the canvas, look for that counter shot, and you might be able to walk away with the KO.
Interestingly, that was a really nice setup from Haraguchi where he was striking his way in for the takedown, but Kongier so good with his defense. This time, straight in on the hips.
And this is those little things I was talking about that he does so well that a lot of MMA fighters don't. Look at the way he ran his feet. He got to the legs, and the second he got his hands behind the knees, ran him down to the fence, sucked his legs out, got to the top position. He just, and obviously that's wrestling 101, but a lot of fighters lack those small details that help get you those takedowns, that give you that success in the wrestling department. He does all of those things so correctly. It's really a thing of beauty if you're a fan of wrestling.
Yeah, I like the way that he's ducking under the arms as well to get to the back or get back round to the front. We don't often see fighters doing that and clearing that passage towards the back.
Well, what he needs to do right now is he needs to get weight on Choo Kongjie's hands. What he needs to do is he needs to start driving his weight forward to make Choo Kongjie have to carry his weight, because it makes it harder for Choo Kongjie to stand up. If he doesn't have weight on his hands, it's easy for him to hit his stand up and fight the hands. But if you're driving forward, putting your weight plus your opponent's weight on their hands, it makes it so much harder for them to fight the hands and get to their feet.
I do just want to say, however, when it comes to scoring fights, they are looking for effective striking and grappling. The effective grappling is whether you are looking to finish the fight, whether you are doing damage, you are offering submissions. Otherwise, they are changes in positions. Absolutely. And they are not scored as highly.
No.
Now, I'm not saying that Choo Kongjie has offered lots and lots of notable things. It's just, please consider that before we see the judges' scorecards.
Absolutely, yeah, most definitely. This is a tough fight to score.
It is, yeah, because there's a lot of control.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that is not scored as highly as effective striking and grappling.
Look at that table right there. See what he's doing right there? He's pulling the left foot up, trying to pull the left foot of Choo Kongjie up on his hip. That's going to make it so he can climb the body, and it creates little lanes for him to land ground and pound like that. Even if he drives his weight forward and makes Choo Kongjie carry both their weight, puts weight on their hands, you can still release your hands for a little bit and let loose with a few shots before you mat return them to score points like we're talking about. It's not about maintaining positions. It's about trying to finish the fight, trying to do the most damage, trying to do the most to win. So you can control positions and release for a second, land a few shots, and get back to it. Yeah, this is a tough fight to score.
The perfect position has not really been presenting itself because Choo Kongjie is just a bit savvy to it. This is a little bit better for him.
It's a nice half Nelson. See that little half, turned him over?
Yeah.
Now what if Kerry Hatley dropped down and went, pin? Look at him work that half of the wrist. There's no pins, Haraguchi. That's something you don't see. That's a nice way to turn a guy over from turtle. When I teach jiu-jitsu in the turtle guard that everybody talks about, one of the best ways to break that position is you lock a wrist, you get a half Nelson, turn him over. You're not going to get back points or a pin, but you're going to get side control.
Hey, listen, I'm a big fan of Eric Paulson. He loves himself some of that. Quarter, half, three-quarter.
Yeah. This has been the most clear-cut round so far in this fight. This is definitely a Haraguchi round. And it's impressive that he's able to get this round later in the fight, when he's not as fresh, when both guys are a little more fatigued, because we saw in his road to the UFC final against Rongzhu, he had success early in the fight, and then fatigued the later the fight went. So this is a big testament to this being in the weight class for him, and he's right at the lows from his previous fights.
Just absolute sovereignty on the ground in the third round for Shin Haraguchi, putting a bit of space between himself and Choo Kongjie for the scorecards. That is the end of the bout. Well, it was a very taxing 15 minutes of fighting. It goes to the judges' scores. A bit of a dejected-looking Choo Kongjie. Maybe that fight got away from him a little bit. We will see how the judges have scored this one. Let's take a look at some of the action.
You can see right here, Haraguchi got that single leg tabled, steps across, gets the trip. Really brilliant high-level wrestling from Shin Haraguchi. See here, Choo Kongjie with a really nice right straight, controlling the wrist, and then his Shin Haraguchi lifts the double leg. Shades of the Hall of Famer Matt Hughes. That was a beautiful double leg slam out in center mat. Good stuff from the freestyle wrestler.
Previous winner, Rongzhu, in the corner of Choo Kongjie. Both fighters discussing with their corners what they think, but all that really matters is how the judges have this one. Let's see who advances to the final. Here's Justin.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. Judge Bell scores about 29-28 Haraguchi. Judge Bird scores about 29-28 Kongier. And Judge D'Amato scores about 29-28 for the winner by split decision and advancing to the finals, Kongier.
I'm here with the winner, Kongier. I gotta ask you, that was a very, very grueling fight. How confident were you that you had done enough to win the fight?
在当时你感觉你是否能够赢下这个比赛？在宣判前，
在宣判前我自己认为玩的差不多，因为他没有给我太多打击。他虽然说摔我，但是我感觉真正的格斗士不应该只会钻裤裆，不应该只会在地上摩擦，咱们要像个男人一样。 站在擂台中间，咱们就硬刚，咱们打拳。
Yeah, definitely a very even fight. He did a lot of takedowns, but I do a lot of damage. And you know, this is mixed martial arts. This is combat sport. We should not just lay and pray. We should fight like a man, just punch against each other.
Haraguchi was one of the favorites to win this tournament. How confident do you feel now headed into the finals?
现在你进到决赛了，你对自己拿下冠军有多大的一个决心？
我这场打得很不好，因为我第一次来美国。说实话，我这2天时差还没完全倒过来，再加上自己的身体状态，恢复各方面也没有恢复好，然后称完体重也拉肚子了。 但是我想说的是，决赛的时候谁也挡不住我。谢斌，我的好兄弟谢斌，我想对你说一句话：加油，拿下比赛，咱们在决赛上见。咱们来一场中国德比，加油，谢斌，加油 ，brother。
Yeah, this is the first time I came to States. Definitely the jet lag influenced me a lot, and I also had diarrhea last night. But it doesn't matter. I will. In the final, my big bro, Xiebing, well, I will see you in the final. We give a fantastic fight in Macau.
I gotta say, this guy can cut a promo. Give it up for the winner, Kongier.
Congratulations to Kongier. Well, it was a close fight. And those of you that were listening early on, I was talking about how the judges score these fights. That said, I'm looking at numbers and I don't know. But what we do know is Kongier will be in the final. And fresh from cornering, the number 2 ranked Yan Xiaoan is now kicking back, enjoying the fights and cheering on her fellow folk from back in China. We're all set to determine who will advance to the strawweight finals. Here is a live look. Dong Huangxiang was one of the first students to the UFC PI in Shanghai, and she's really starting to find her groove, as evidenced by her dominant performance in the quarterfinals. The fighter from a small village in the countryside arrived in the fight capital in peak form, ready to edge closer to a UFC contract. And much of the same can be said for her former training partner, Dr. Xu Ming. Running a 3-fight win streak, she nearly got the KO in her quarterfinal bout. Tonight, the catch wrestling stylist is ready to prescribe a beatdown as she stakes her claim for a spot in the tournament fight. The strawweight semi-final is just moments away. The UFC is set for its return to Macau on November 23rd at the New Galaxy Arena. It has been a decade since we were last there. Cannot wait to see who's in the lineup. Of course, it'll be the date that all the 4 Road to UFC finalists will take place as well. Exciting times for those traveling over to Macau. 2 fighters familiar with one another will use everything to their advantage to get a win here next at the Apex. A licensed doctor now chasing her dream to become a UFC champion, Shay Ming is all in on this chapter of her life as she plans to show over the course of her semi-final matchup against Dong Xiang.
An all-Chinese showdown might just steal the show in strawweight semi-final action, as Guangxi's Dong Xiang faces Kunming's Shay Ming, with a berth in the Road to UFC Finals on the line for whoever can implement their game and handle the pressure of competing in the fight capital of the world.
今天晚上我跟石明会给大家带来一场非常精彩的比赛吧。我觉得会是就是说展现中国女子就是后起之秀的一个表现。我觉得。
I'm not only fight for Road to UFC. My goal is UFC champion. Seem like Zhang Weili and Yan Xiaonan. I want to be next Zhang Weili and Yan Xiaonan. I'm gonna be next UFC champion.
Winner of 11 straight bouts, Dong Xiang has been unstoppable for a long time. And in her quarterfinal fights with Priya Sharma this past spring, she showed exactly what she brings to the table as she pounded out a shutout 3-round decision that put her one step closer to a UFC contract.
我觉得我跟石明之间，我会是那个更优秀的选手，因为不管是站立还是地面还是格斗智商，我都在他之上。包括就是我觉得对一些应急问题的出现的话，我的处理跟我的当时的选择也在他之上。
A catch wrestling specialist who has won 9 of her last 10 fights heading into tonight's meeting with Dong Xiang, Shay Ming has been working her way up the pro ranks for nearly a decade. And after her first Road to UFC win over Yadam So, it's clear that she's closing in on her fighting prime at 29.
I'm better than my opponent because I have the best coach. And I have the best sparring partner in China. And more important, I have discipline. I train hard every day. That's why I'm better. I'm better than all the other fighters. I'm gonna be RTU champion.
So we heard it, the fighting words from Shay Ming. She believes that she trains harder, has better sparring partners, and she comes here to the semi-final looking to lean on that black belt in Taekwondo, but also, Michael, the catch wrestling as well, training at altitude. Lots of confidence for Dr. Shay Ming, who is parking her career in medicine to take full advantage of this chapter of her life as she seeks out a UFC contract.
Yeah, she fully understands that she's got her entire life to be a doctor and that you have this very, very small window to be a professional athlete. So she's looking to capitalize on it. When you go back and look at her fight against Yadam Sale, she almost walked away from that fight with a first-round knockout. It was all but done. She walked Yadam Sale into a beautiful lead head kick, followed up with some shots, but just made a small tactical error in pursuing a takedown that wasn't there. But nonetheless, she punched her ticket to the semifinals, and I love her confidence. I love her commitment to the game, John, because you know as good as anybody that you have to give your everything to this sport if you want to fight at the highest level. So if you have a career, you've got to put it to the wayside. If you have to make so many sacrifices to give yourself the best shot at achieving the goals that she's talking about, wanting to be the next Zhang Weili, wanting to be the next Yan Xiaonan, and she's doing the right thing because she understands it's going to take the ultimate sacrifice.
She has spent time at the UFC PI in Shanghai, where she actually trained with Dong Xiang. She opted for her own team up in the mountains. Let's see how it plays out. So here walks the birthday girl, Dong Xiang. Mackenzie, they are former training partners, but she has been told not to let any of that cloud her judgment of how this fight will go as she makes her way towards the octagon for the semi-final appearance.
Yeah, John, I had the chance to sit down with Dawn Hwashan yesterday, and man, does that 11-fight win streak give her some serious confidence.
As
and not,
she should.
Yeah, not in a cocky way either. I mean, she just gives off this energy like she's really meant to be here. And since she started doing her training camps at the Performance Institute in Shanghai, it's also really done wonders for that confidence as well. She said she's improved her striking a lot, but she's been kind of forced to push through the fatigue as she trains alongside some of the competitors in other divisions that support also and the encouragement that she gets from her teammates that also train at the Shanghai PI. It has also made navigating this week a whole lot easier. And Michael, I know you're big on the team camaraderie as well, so you can really speak to the difference that it can make going into a fight with stakes as high as this one.
Let me tell you guys something. I've had the same cornerman for 16 years. I'm big on team camaraderie, and you have to find a purpose that's bigger than yourself, because this is a very selfish sport. But when you have people that you step in the octagon for, that you fight for, it gives you a higher purpose other than yourself. And sometimes you need that. Sometimes you want to perform for other people. Sometimes you need that team camaraderie, not to help you celebrate your wins. You need it more than anything to pick you up for those tough practices, to push you towards the tougher things involved preparing for a fight. So the fact that she embraced that team camaraderie and she gets the biggest takeaway and the gifts from it, that's such a great thing for her to have the realization of.
Well, Dong Hwashan looks very happy to be here. Let's see how she fights tonight. Here's the tail of the tape for the strawweight semi-final. Pretty physically similar. Guangqi's Dong Hwashan is 3 years younger at 26. She's also an inch taller than Ximing, and she'll fight with a 1.5-inch reach advantage. With the official introductions, here's Justin.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the Road to UFC Women's Strawweight Semifinals. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. She's a wrestler holding a professional record of 15 wins, 5 losses. She stands 5 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 115 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Kunming, China, Ximing. And now, introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She's a striker with a professional record, 12 wins, 2 losses. She stands 5 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 115 pounds. Fighting out of Guangxi, China, Dong Hwashan. And when the action begins, your referee in charge, Mark Smith.
Octagon referee for this one, Mark Smith. Ximing representing China, also representing China, Dong Hwashan.
Ready? Dong, ready?
Set for a maximum of 3 5-minute rounds of 115-pound action. Possible sudden victory if needed. So Dong is in a red, Ximing is in the gray.
And I gotta say, John, before this fight starts to really take off, I was correct. It is the Guile theme song that Ximing walks out to.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah,
yeah. The street fighter there.
You know.
She's also calls herself Hua Mulan as well.
Oh, she's changed up the nickname.
Yeah.
You know, and I gotta say, when it comes to Dong Hwashan, while she goes to her former wheelhouse, which is the grappling, in the first fight of the tournament against Priya Sharma, she did not look like a grappler. She looked like a very, very polished striker. Just the technical nuances that she had were so correct. The foot placement, fighting from the open stance correctly. She very much did not look like a grappler, but this is a fight where she opts to go back to her bread and butter, which is the grappling.
Yeah, she didn't engage in those ranges until the second round, then mauled Sharma in the third. But Ximing got back to her feet expertly.
This is where Ximing does good things. This is where she'll look to drop the lock around the hip, pop her hips, and get the takedown. Sorry, John, I didn't mean to
I was just going to say,
there.
really interesting when two fighters have trained together over a period of time, how that affects the way that they paint pictures in their mind coming in, because someone got the better exchanges. But it is not a fight in the gym.
Oh, that's so true, John. I mean, I had to fight my teammate in the finals of Ultimate Fighter. I spent 3 months training every day with Ally Quinta. Like, we literally, every other round, we were training together. And look, he kicked my butt, for lack of better words, more often than not. But The fight's a lot different, so it just depends on what your mentality is as to who got the better of who in the training room between these two ladies. That's not going to come into play in the fight, because the fight's a totally different scenario than the training room.
I mean, if the training room was a yardstick for it, of course I'd be UFC champion.
Of course.
Because, you know, just couldn't get it together on fight, you know what I mean? Shame for everyone.
What would your nickname have been?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
I'll come up with something.
Okay, thanks.
It'll be good, I promise.
Okay, I can trust you.
Nice kick.
Yeah, there's that taekwondo from Ming.
And that taekwondo was on full display in that you damn South fight. I cannot emphasize enough. That was, if I just watched the clip of that kick landing, never in a million years would I have thought that she did not knock that girl out.
Yeah, right. Well, she threw it up, but was it not the knee that connected on the chin?
It was the knee that connected, but definitely the intent was to
100%, yeah. Ming definitely has fought her way back into this round after an early takedown from Dong Xiang. Good body kick.
To me, it looks like Dong's a little more flat-footed than the Priya Sharma fight. The Priya Sharma fight, I feel like she just moved a little more. To me, she just looks a little more flat-footed. Maybe that's a part of the game plan to kind of dig her toes into the canvas a little more, but
just power generation or something.
Yeah, maybe she's trying to generate more power, but I feel like the Priya Sharma fight, we saw a lot more movement from her. She looked a little lighter on her feet.
Xiang, provisional wrestling champion at 13, top 8 nationally at 16. She attended a sports school since she was just 10 years young, 26 now. So martial arts and sport very much been a defining part of her life.
That was a beautiful level change. Pulled back out of range, then engaged. A little high-low. She had one hand around the waist, dropped the other behind the knees. Drove Ming down. Now she's working that far trapped wrist. You can see she's reached around the waist of Ming. She's got to be careful, though, because when you trap that far wrist, you can actually get rolled through. You can see she pulled her wrist out, but Ming was doing the right thing, trying to kick off the fence, turn that into a reversal.
Ming digging for that underhook, talking the knee.
Good stuff from Ming. Way to scoot to the fence, close down the space with the right hip, close to seal off that gap to keep Dong Xiang from throwing in her hooks. And now she's back in her wheelhouse, which is the striking.
Last 10 seconds in this opening stanza. Nice left from Dong Xiang.
Fingers. Fingers. Stop. Don't. Fingers. Up.
Oh, fuck. Where's the stool?
You had to grab it.
Ah, fuck. Get it in this. Give me that.
Ming seems to be of fine fettle.
Here's the water.
Yeah.
Grab the water.
Six-pack poppage.
Okay, that was a good round.
She won't be
Sit
thanking
down,
her
sit down.
coach for forgetting the stool.
It was difficult to say who won.
Oh, here we go.
I think maybe she's all around. We need. She tired. Okay, we need more punches. She punch when you come. She relies on her like single powerful punches. So you go head down, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then finish with a low kick. Understand? Your kicks are working, but you got to put the punch behind it.
Season 8 of Dana White's Contender Series returned 2 weeks ago, and so far, 8 contracts have been dished out. The series that has launched so many UFC careers will run for 10 straight weeks, featuring some of the best rising talent from around the globe, all vying to become a UFC fighter. It's live, exclusive on E+, with 10 top prospects competing this Tuesday at 8 Eastern. Round number 2 between fellow countrywomen Dong Xiang and Ming, former training partners as well. Nice check hook by Dong Xiang.
Looks like she's feinting that lead leg side kick.
Such a noted style, isn't it? That taekwondo, when the way they throw, you can almost see them coming back both sides, right? Like chasing someone around the dojo.
It's such a fun style to watch if you can implement it correctly in MMA. The problem is that bladed stance. You've got to have good takedown defense. You've got to have good evasive maneuvers. Otherwise, wrestlers are just licking their chops if you're standing in that bladed taekwondo stance.
Dong Shang started her journey from a very poor village to then attending a sports school. Lots of investment in wrestling, which was endorsed very much by her father. Not sure it was a popular decision to take on MMA, but she's certainly proving it was the right one. And it will be reaffirmed once again if she can make it through to the finals and even grab herself a UFC contract.
99% of parents that encourage their kids to do MMA are parents that were fighters prior to them having kids.
Right.
My parents, when I told them I was fighting, I think they thought I was like in the dojo chopping boards. Like, hey, you guys got to come watch me fight. They're like, sure, Michael, we'll come watch you fight. All right, buddy, whatever you think. So can you blame him for not wanting their kid to fight? You know,
oh, 100%.
Yeah. Ooh, that was nice.
One of the toughest sports in the world with the toughest human beings participating.
Absolutely. It's a nice right body, or left body kick from Shaming. She comes over the top with the right overhand. She's definitely getting herself back in this fight by stuffing the takedowns. This is what she needs to do. You got to break the confidence of Dong Shang. Let her know it's not going to be easy for her to get these takedowns. Force her into a stand-up battle and win these exchanges. Her coach was imploring for her to just throw with more volume, put more volume together, put 3-4 punches together, cap it off with a low kick. And if you can do that while keeping yourself on the feet, definitely make this fight, tie it up, and get it to 1-1.
Didn't set that one up, but she closed the distance nonetheless.
Yeah, now Shaming bullies her to the fence with that underhook. She's good from this position. She'll use the underhook. She'll control the other wrist. When you pull your wrist away, she'll pummel for the other underhook, get the double underhooks, get the trip. She can find a lot of success in this position. And for Dong, she's got to set up the takedowns. You can't just rush that kickboxing space with your head down and try to just come in on a straight line. She's got to pull the hands up of Shaming to get to the legs, set the takedowns up with her striking. I'm surprised that we're not seeing more striking from her because she looks so good in that Priya Sharma fight. And Priya's a good striker.
Again, I wonder if there's any psychology to this in previous meetings in the training room, perhaps. Just that little hesitation.
That's why when you're in that type of situation, when you're in the type of situation where you're sharing the training room with people you could potentially fight, you got to keep a couple aces up your sleeve. You can't show your full hand to people that you could potentially face. They had to know in the back of their mind, someday they could be fighting in a tournament format like this.
Well, it's a smaller scene as well over in China, especially for women's mixed martial arts.
She's doing a good job attacking the body. People can move the head as much as they want. Your body does not go anywhere, so that's a very good shot selection for her. Very nice lead. Right straight from Shaming. She's attacking that open stance perfectly. A lot of right straights, a lot of right body kicks. Winning that foot battle. What I don't like is I don't like that lead low kick. When you throw that lead low kick, you leave yourself susceptible to being caught with the left straight. You keep your head on that lane where it's just open season to get tagged with that lead left hand.
Go. 保持住，保持这样就好。
尽快放头上。
对，让他换一下。要抬头。Yeah, OK.
Just a second. Lift your head.
No cut. 深呼吸。OK.
Deep breathe.
换一下。
我操，我的后手断了。
不用再想，不用再想。
Don't overthink it.
不行，打不了后手。我们不用打后手，听我的。对
Don't use the cross.
不用说，不用理。对，没问题，OK。
It's gonna be okay.
一直往右边绕，一直往外面绕。
Keep moving to the right.
一直打摆。
Former title challenger and perennial middleweight contender Jared Cannonier looks to secure his spot as the top threat against streaking Brazilian Caio Barralho. Plus, 2 new Ultimate Fighters are crowned. The 6-fight main card comes your way tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN and ESPN+.
All right, ladies, third round, fight.
Third and final round of this strawweight semi-final matchup.
Fingers.
A lot of instruction dished out in both corners as they try and make a difference and see if they can book a place in the finals. Nice searching right hand from Xi Ming.
There might be something going on with the left hand of Dong Huashang. I've been wondering why she hasn't thrown the left straight, why we haven't seen her embrace the striking a little more like we saw in her quarterfinal fight, but you could tell there was some exchange between her and her cornerman in between rounds, and you could definitely see she was shaking out that left wrist. So maybe, I don't know if she heard it in the fight, maybe she came into this fight with a prior injury, but definitely something going on with the left hand.
She was also taking a lot of instruction from some support here in her corners. We're trying to get her to refocus. Of course, everyone's got something to say on a fight like this with so much on the line.
Well, the good thing is you got 3 other weapons to work with. You got a left, you got a lead right hand, you got 2 legs, and you got to get to work. But I can see where it could be a struggle for her. If you have a hand that's compromised and you're a grappler, how are you going to lock your hands? How are you going to squeeze submissions? I think it's harder if you're a grappler in a fight with a broken hand than if you're a striker, because if you're a striker, you got other weapons to lean on. If you're a grappler, there's only so many one-handed submissions you can get. There's really not many takedowns you can get without using both of your hands.
So we're just getting some news from the truck that the translators did say that Dong Huashang communicated to her corner, my hand, I think I broke my hand. So you are onto something there.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. This man a pay rise.
Oh, just give me a job and we'll call it good. But look, she's
working with it.
She's working with what she can. You have no choice at this point. You've gotten yourself in the octagon. And if this is something that she sustained in the fight, your adrenaline's flowing, you just got to ride it out and deal with it. You're not going to, with the opportunity that's at stake, you're not going to say, oh, my hand's broke, I'm done. You got 5 minutes of your life to get in there and fight with everything you got. And she could very much be ahead on the scorecards. At worst, it's 1-1 right now. So it's very important for her to bite down on that mouthpiece and do everything she can to win this 3rd round.
Well, she's throwing both out there. There he goes.
Man, and just knowing that she's got an injury, seeing her land that left straight, it just makes me cringe. Every time when you have a broken bone and you're fighting with it, it just feels like you're getting electrocuted.
Yeah.
Every time you land, it's like a shock, and it's not a pleasant feeling. I remember when I fought Anthony Pettis, I went into that fight with a broken foot, and he found out about it, and he started foot stomping my bad foot.
Oh, boy.
And it was like I was stepping on a taser. I was like, God dang it, stop stomping on my foot, you jerk.
Just punched me really hard in the face and stopped the foot stomps.
Yeah, well, he did, and then I got triangled, and then I lost. So. Anyways, this is a great fight.
Right, yeah. Great chat. Sorry about that.
Oh, and see, that's what I was talking about there. Xi Ming throwing that lead low kick. You throw that lead low kick, you lean your head right into that lane for that left straight when you're fighting a southpaw, so she's got to be wary of that.
Well, Dong Huashang has made a decision that she's going to throw any kind of injured.
And then she gets the beautiful, well-timed double leg takedown, lands right into half guard with 44 seconds left. That's exactly what she needed. That was a perfect takedown.
Let's see what she can do with it.
Step aside, Shin Haraguchi. Now, if I'm her, I'm just riding this win out. There's no need to posture up and do damage. It's at worst. It's 1-1 headed into this third round, and she's punched her ticket to a winning fight, in my opinion.
Well,
I think
we'll see. Well, last 10 seconds.
Careful,
Oh,
careful.
well, I think she pulled it, to be fair.
Close.
Yeah, I think she was going for the legs, and Xie Ming popped up.
No impact.
There would have been no muddy water about that one. That would have been a shin to the face.
Boy, that would have been unfortunate. Well, nice to see the former training partners embrace. This one goes to the judges' scorecards. Mr. Chiesa believes it is gone in favor of Dong Huashan, thrown him right under the bus with that one. But of course, we're not here to score the fights, and all that matters is what the actual judges believe. But for that, let's take a look at some replays.
You see this beautiful takedown. Dong Huashan gets to the double leg, steps to the far leg, gets the trip. Here's Shea with a nice lead right. You see her land in the body kick as Dong counters with a straight of her own. There's that lead low kick I'm not a huge fan of. And then look at this beautiful double. Runs her feet, lands in half guard, closes out the round on top. That was a great round for Dong Huashan.
Well, let's have a look at the fight stats for that one, and the significant strikes are in the way of Xie Ming. Head strikes, however, for Dong Huashan, and more takedowns were landed by Dong Huashan as well. Of course, the judges do not have that data. They would have scored it round by round as they saw it. The scores are being collected and calculated as we speak, because one of these ladies will be going through to the final. They will be facing off as well inside the octagon. Fong Xiaotan has already booked her spot. Will it be Dong Huashan or Xie Ming who will go to Macau? We are moments away from finding out. Here's Justin with the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. Judge Cologne scores about 29-28, Ming. Judge Camijo scores about 30-27, Huashan. And Judge McCarthy scores about 29-28 for the winner by split decision and advancing to the finals, Xie Ming.
That's what we're talking about. Yay!
I'm here with the winner, Xie Ming. That was a very, very close fight. When the judges were reading the scores, were you confident that you had gotten the win?
Hello, thank you. I want to ask first, sorry. Are you my first fight commentary?
I sure am.
My workout song is Girls Team. You get it right the first time.
Yes, ma'am, you got it.
Thank you too. It's nice to meet you personally. Okay, now I answer my question. Yes, it's a close fight. We were teammates. We trained in UFC Shanghai before. Then about my RTU match, I prepared with my coach Bargeng. Thank you, my coach Bargeng. I grew up as a striker. Now I can win. I beat wrestlers in their own game, I feel. Really thank you, my coach Bargeng and my team, China Catch Wrestling. And of course, Kunming, Amba Mai Tai, and Yunnan Shili Wrestling Training Center. And of course, UFC Shanghai PI. Thank you everyone who helped me before and right now, and maybe in the future. Thank you.
I have to ask you, was it hard to fight somebody that you've trained with before that's essentially been one of your teammates?
It's really, really tough for me. I feel in my heart because we were a teammate. We trained in UFC PI Shanghai before, and PI helped us so much. We were friends, but now we just have to do it because it's our chance to get in UFC. And I believe that she will come back in the future because she is, of course, strong and tough girl.
Now I have to ask you, you'll be facing Fong Xiaotan in the finals. What are your thoughts on her, and what are your thoughts on this finalist?
About the final, I'm not sure who is winner, is Fong or Miki, because Fong is very talented striker, and Miki, she is a very good wrestler. She does chin wrestling. She shoot low, she penetrates fast. They're both very good striker, but totally different style. But doesn't matter I'm gonna face who, because I train every day. I train really hard. I have discipline, like I said before the match. I believe I can do it. Thank you.
Well, you'll be facing Fong Xiaoan because she won her fight, and you're going to face off with her right now. So give it up for your winner, Shi Ming. And we got quite the final on our hands between Fong Xiaoan and Shi Ming.
There it is, folks. The strawweight tournament final. Fong Xiaoan versus Shi Ming. One of those ladies will be seen in a strawweight division come November. Congratulations to Shi Ming, who booked her spot, extends her win streak to 4. Very close fought battle. It is our last semi-final bout of the evening. Who will advance to the final in Macau? Closing in on his first decade as a mixed martial artist, Shi Bin has learned his lessons and paid his dues, and now he's prepared to have all that hard work come together as he squares off with Masato Kawana. In 2021, China's Shi Bin came perilously close to a UFC contract while competing on Season 5 of Dana White's Contender Series. 3 years later, he's 1 win away from battling it out for a Road to UFC tournament victory that will land him in the octagon.
我有多大决心，我相信大家都知道，这是我第3次冲击了。我相信这就是我给大家的决心。
彼はものすごく賢いファイターで、ストライキングもすごくいいし、グラップリングもできる。そんな彼だからこそ、この作戦を持たない僕がレスリングで組み伏せて最後は勝ちたいと思います。
Always a fighter with talent and potential, 26-year-old Shi Bin battled through some early adversity to put together a 4-fight winning streak that includes the unanimous decision over Ubu Gula that put the Hunan native in Las Vegas for tonight's showdown against Masato Kawana.
这一场，我觉得我的优点就在于我的身高，然后我很全面，就是我站立、地面我都可以打，但是他只有一个武器，就是摔跤。
A former member of Japan's national wrestling team, Masato Kawana transitioned to mixed martial arts in 2021 and has since won 10 bouts, proving that while the Olympics was his first dream, making it to the UFC and striking gold as the featherweight champion will leave his name in the history books.
格闘技はケージの中で15分戦うことで自分の人生が決まります。だからこそ私は自分の人生を前進させるために15分戦い切りたいと思います。
Walking out now, we got Masato Kawana, the former Olympic hopeful. This guy is a tremendous Greco-Roman wrestler, and he said in his last fight it was very rough and he had to resort to his striking when his wrestling wasn't working, but that woke him up and made him realize every fight will be tough. It's a great experience. He knows going forward, that's going to be the right mentality to have. And when you go back to talk about that fight, he's talking about the Yong Jae-song fight. Yong Jae-song is an incredible Korean striker with a lot of power in his hands, and while Kawana was having a lot of success in the wrestling department, Song got savvy to it, and Masato Kawana had to resort to his striking, and he did start to find success in that 3rd round. So I think he needs to give himself a little more credit, because while he is a very, very accomplished wrestler, and that is going to be his strength when it comes to his skills as a mixed martial artist, his striking looked good in that fight when he had to sit his feet down, dig him into the canvas, and plant with some intention. Now, he's throwing a little bit wildly, trying to get into the clinch. That definitely wasn't the case, but if this guy can believe in his striking the same way he believes in his wrestling, I think he could find a lot more success on the feet.
Says he's ready to face his nightmare in Shi Bin, but he's going to force that same nightmare onto his opponent and see who prevails. Rinya Nakamura in his corner. He trains with him once or twice a week. Obviously, UFC level now. He really was a catch from the Road to UFC tournament. Brilliant addition to the UFC roster. And he will be looking to emulate that path. Masato Kawana here for his semi-final spot. And here walks the stalker, Shea Bin, went out to Mount Charleston here in Las Vegas to take in nature's energy. Always maintained he wants to be an ambassador of Chinese mixed martial arts. Had a go on Dana White's Contender Series back in 2021. And he's been trying his hand at the Road to UFC ever since. Just 26 years young, coming into this one. Absolutely on target for everything. His coaches tell me he is a real pro, a top athlete, and he's really seen improvements in his striking under the tutelage of Coach Mark of City Kickboxing fame.
Yeah, and he talked about that. You know, he spent some time down in Bangtao, said he learned a lot in the Muay Thai department and working on the fine details of wrestling. He also mentioned that he loves the life down in Thailand. He's into the lifestyle that you live when you're down there in Thailand training at these super camps. Well, listen, when you talk about the skills, this kid's a very fluid striker. He's not the fastest, but he makes up for speed with fluidity. He's just so smooth. He looks so comfortable in there. And like I talked about in his last fight against Ibagula, he's got the jab that reminds me of Rory McDonald. He's just got this really smooth jab. He steps in with it nice. He really never overcommits, and he does a good job timing those straight punches when Ibagula was coming in, and he's got kicks to boot. So this is a kid that's getting more and more comfortable every time he steps in the octagon.
All right, here we go. The last semi-final pairing of the Road to UFC tournament. And here we have Kawana, 3 years more senior, Shea Bin 3 years taller, but it will be Shea Bin with a 2-inch reach advantage. With the introductions, here's Justin.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the Road to UFC featherweight semifinals. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's a wrestler holding a professional record of 10 wins, 3 losses. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds. Fighting out of Tokyo, Japan, Masato Kawana. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He's a mixed martial artist holding a professional record of 12 wins, 4 losses. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds. Fighting out of Tianjin, China, the Stalker, Qihui. When the action begins, your referee in charge, Herb Dean.
Referee for this one, Herb Dean.
Oh, it's face-off? I don't think so. No.
A little confusion in there around whether these guys are facing off or not. We have Masato Kawana in the gray, Shea Bin in the red. 3 5-minute rounds of action, sudden victory if needed. Kawana, a plus 195 underdog, told me earlier this week he's used to that underdog status. No problem for him. And he'll be looking to close that distance early and impose his wrestling.
Right away, I love the movement from Kawana. This is a good way to keep Jay from setting his feet, keeping him away from those power shots, be a very mobile fighter, and when he overcommits, that's gonna open up that opportunity to get in on those Greco-Roman entries. I mean, when this guy gets his hands locked, listen, I'm a diehard wrestling fan, as you know, John, and I love to see Kawana go to work with that Greco-Roman wrestling. And that was a nice lead hook right there. That was a beautiful lead hook. The movement and the threat of the wrestling is one of the best combinations to set up strikes on the feet.
Shea Bin asserting himself in the exchanges as well, though. Kawana has not neglected his boxing. Definitely been doing rounds with the gloves.
Says he spent time working on using his punches to close the space to get to the wrestling. And he said he's been working on that with Rinya Nakamura, working with him once or twice a week, and he drops Shea Bin. That was a beautiful shot.
That is massive for Kawana. looking for the suplex, didn't quite get it.
I thought he was going for the 5-pointer. What a shot.
Well, he's building his confidence early here, is Masato Kawana.
Well, maybe that fight's what he needed. You know, he talked about having to resort to his striking, and sometimes when you're forced to resort to your striking as a grappler or wrestler, that's where you find the confidence to just start throwing your hands more. Instead of just burying down, just bullying down the middle on a straight line to get to the wrestling, start using your hands. Make these guys respect your hands, and it makes getting to the wrestling a lot easier.
He said people didn't expect him to win, and he did just that in the quarterfinals, and he's looking pretty strong so far. I've also been seeing him cross-training baseball, and he was throwing those hands heavy early.
Now, this is where he can't get overzealous. Just because you landed a big shot and dropped the polished striker, you still got to stay on your bike. You still got to stick with the game plan. Don't get yourself out of position to get caught by the power shots of Shea Ben.
Well, Shea Ben is entering into the fray here. He's engaging in a brawl, and I'm not sure that that is the smartest game plan. His work is typically very clean.
Yeah, and there's no better way to throw off a clean striker than making it ugly. We talked about that in the UFC pre-show. Look at the way that Dricus du Plessis fights. He fights these polished strikers like Israel Adesanya, and look, when you fight ugly, when you make it ugly, when you make it a lot less technical, there's no better way to throw off a technical striker. It throws off their timing, it throws off their defense, it throws off their combinations. If you force them into an ugly fight, you're forcing them out of the comfort zone.
Kawana drawing motivation from everywhere these days. He was celebrating Asakara signing to the UFC, and also Tatsuro Taira entering the rankings. Breaking the news that Taira's got himself a main event against Roy Val here at the UFC Apex.
Hey, Japan's rolling right now. Just won the Olympics.
Yeah.
Inoue, the boxer. I mean, combat sports in Japan is on fire right now.
Love it. Hopefully we can get back there as a promotion as well.
Oh,
sign me up for that trip.
Gee, please. One of my best experiences ever was getting to go to a UFC event at Saitama Super Arena. The Japanese culture has such a great grasp on martial arts, and the respect they have for martial arts, it's tangible. You can feel it in the air. We have to go back there.
Oh, I'd love to, but the closest I got was to sit next to the Nogueira brothers at a hotel in Tokyo as they were getting ready for a pride fight.
I got to meet the late, great Sakuraba, and I couldn't string a couple words together. Shea Ben with a big shot!
He stiffed him!
That's the finish we've been looking for!
The Stalker gets it done emphatically. He's through to the finals.
Holy smokes! It didn't come without a little adversity, though, John. Holy smokes!
Every fight has a story.
Oh, my goodness. And Chu Kongier said that this is who he wants to fight. He mentioned fighting Shea Ben. That was a bad shot. The last one really hurt. That's what we call the double KO. When you knock somebody out and their head hits the canvas like that, it's essentially a double knockout.
It really was beautiful work by Shea Ben.
Let's go over some replays of some of that action. Right here you can see Kawana wings, just a windmill overhand right. Follows it up with a beautiful left hook, just cleans up that shot, drops Shea Ben, follows him up, and then look, you see here, Shea Ben measures him up with the lead hand. Boom, as he's coming in on the straight line, he sets his feet, throws the right straight, and as Kawana's coming back up, he hit him with some follow-up shots. But the way that he set his feet on that initial punch, look at this, sets his feet, boom. As Kawana's bouncing up, he just doesn't see it coming. Hits him with another right straight.
Oh.
That was a nasty KO. Very, very nasty KO. Look at that. Right over the top of that lead hand. That was beautiful. And that was just money shots. Those were right on the button. Those were well-placed punches, John. Kawana's still out on the mat right now.
Rongju celebrating his teammates. As we are just going to take a few moments. There's some concern around Kawana. He is moving on the couch. They're trying to sit him back up right now. But he might be urged to just relax for a moment. Talking of moments, it is a big one for Shea Ben. who tried to find his way to the UFC via Dana White's Contender Series. And now he's doing it via the Road to UFC. He has booked his spot in the final. And Masato Kawana is responsive in the octagon. His eyes are open. He's communicating, I'm told. That's good to see. They're going to get him on a stool. Some of the best people in the world right here to take care of the athletes, and they will tend to Masato Kawana. But the moment lies with Bin. What a way to finish off the night here at Road to UFC, the semi-finals.
Yeah, yes, sir.
He had to battle some adversity, but he gets it done. Let's give him his moment. Here's Justin.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 minutes, 17 seconds into round number 1, referee Herb Dean calls a stop to the fight for the winner by knockout and advancing to the finals, the Stalker, Shin.